I just started the music.
You said you were ready!
I wish I'd gotten that on recording, but that was sort of the problem.
I asked twice.
We can recreate it.
Are we ready now?
Wait, I'm not ready. I didn't start the recording.
Still?
I'm gonna come to Utah and I'm gonna fight you with my bare hands.
I'll be there in 3 hours.
Stop. Stop
Hang
it.
on. Okay, maybe I. Yeah. Never mind.
Okay, I'm ready now.
Tell me when to start. Am I good? All right,
Action.
last week's okay. Last week's recap. We started with Bridget Thorne, cleric of Ino. Bridget Thorne wakes up in her room at the Divine Estate. She travels across town, nervously and hopefully, to her new home/place of employment at the Sterling House, where she is greeted by Kyle the footman and taken to meet Aunt Alice. The precocious Sterling woman has hired Bridget on. So sorry. In place of a lady's maid. I apologize. I can start over. You want me to?
It's hired budget.
That's funny. Keep it in.
She has hired Bridget on in place of a lady's maid. Because she needs a companion with the skills to help her pursue intrigue and adventures, and a little healing wouldn't hurt. Bridget, grateful but a little overwhelmed by the opulence of the noble house, quickly leaves to check out her new room. Throughout her time wandering the Sterling household, she receives some bolstering signs from Ino and catches a glimpse of flags from a foreign land atop a recently docked ship on the river. Dominic Sterling, fighter and blood hunter and Balon devotee, wakes up naked in his bed. Edwin keeps him dressed, or helps him get dressed, and then Edwin leaves for his job, taking over many of Dominic's bank duties. Dominic enters his private sanctum, where he casts a spell over Solomon's diary in order to seek the truth about the late prince's necromancy powers, and when and from where to expect the darkness that Solomon's ghost foretold. He received answers in images created by mists of blood that rose out of the book. A foreign land, a barbaric figure, what appeared to be a woman with dark powers, and finally, the Bruix family crest. Eleanor Sterling Blumette, wizard extraordinaire, wakes up in the arms of her love, Dahlia Blumette, at their secret apartment in the avenues of Donlin. The Sterling family, has decided to keep their elopement a secret for the time being in order to minimize scandal amidst the recent regicide situation. There is a knock on the door where someone presents Eleanor with a letter from her mother, bemoaning her only daughter's heart-wrenching absence from their home. Eleanor, who probably saw Maeve like yesterday, decides to snuggle with Dahlia for a bit longer before beginning her day with breakfast at the Sterlings. Dove, Quickspell, roguish halfling, wakes up, stiffly slumped over the bar in a skeevy tavern. After some talk with the barkeeper and some searching of her hard-to-reach memories, she remembers a night spent with Berrig, drinking too much, yelling at people, and letting off some long pent-up steam. She pays the bartender and walks across the noisy city, hungover and grumpy, crossing the rubble of Justice Square, where she sees the ghosts of both Benjamin the Duck and, more heartbreakingly, Bernard Vaneforge, who does not seem to notice her. These 4 of the 5 players ultimately converge at breakfast in the salon at Black Rose Manor. Introductions are made, as it is Bridget's first time meeting everyone, and she discovers which members of the household are quick to be welcoming and which members have deep-seated trust issues. The group discuss prostitutes, abstinence, Nicholas's upcoming nuptials. Dominic is twitchy and on edge, and Dove presses him to say what's on his mind. She makes the entire table nervous by bringing up their involvement in the eradication of the royal family. Tries to get Dominic to elaborate on his quick reference to a possible end of the world. Tensions rise. It results in an eldritch blast into the wallpaper. Not Dominic's face, though, so that's good. As Eleanor and Alice frantically usher the group towards the private sanctum. Sorry, this is a long one, you guys. Okay. Along the way, Dominic pulls Dove aside to express his frustration at her decision to go to the tavern the night before. It's revealed they are no longer courting each other, and Dominic expresses a desire to have someone on his side. Dove pushes back a bit, believing that she has only shown that she's had his back, and apologizes for not being able to be a part of the future that Dominic wants. They reconvene with the group to discuss the blood vision that Dominic received. Eleanor comes in clutch by recognizing the foreign land that Dominic described as Karag. Did I say that right? Did I spell it right?
I don't know.
A land of... I don't know either. A land of barbarians and brutality, possibly. Bridget shares her knowledge of the different wild and archaic gods that they worship. They make plans to reach out to the Bruicks in hopes to find more answers. And Alice announces that Kyle is a wonderful lover, reveals that sometimes they pray before things, and leaves the players totally flabbergasted.
That wasn't a thing. What?
Lastly, what happened? Lastly, but certainly not least, not that she'd ever let herself be considered lesser than anyone, Solana St. George, Elven Princess, wakes up in her quarters on the ship upon which she has been traveling for the last several weeks, anticipating a meeting with her intended, the Crown Prince of Regencia, who, it appears, is no longer in the picture here. She's unimpressed by this bustling, stinky town with a hole in its castle and no welcoming envoy to be seen. She directs her lady's maid Rose to direct the carriage driver to direct the carriage towards the coin, the group of lawmakers that have taken partial control of Donlin in the royal family's terribly inconvenient absence. Solana meets with a member of the coin who does little to assuage her frustrations with the lack of decorum that the city has shown. The man admits that they have no record of the queen's correspondence with her and her father, and that they did not even know she would be arriving. Solana presents a letter from Queen Anne, and the man says that Solana now is meant to stay in Donlin until they figure out her situation. And he goes to stride out the door. Solana casts suggest on the man, requiring him to apologize, or she will ensure that her father teams up with someone called the Empress to take over the entire country of Regencia. The man apologizes, and Solana leaves in search of somewhere suitable for her to stay. They are last seen riding in their carriage, Solana attempting to take an anger nap, is what I wrote, while Rose furiously takes note of every possible insult that she can see in the streets. And that's where we left off.
Yay!
Please take an inspiration.
Chantry, by the way, letter. Right?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Yeah, you told me to remind you.
Oh yeah, Chantry letter, if we're reminding you of things.
I'm guessing everyone
Today's-
has a letter.
Oh, okay.
Today's
All right.
letter is
You know what?
B.
Don't remind me yet. Just soon, okay?
I was gonna wait. I'm sure there would be a
I
time.
was gonna wait
that
until like
seemed
4 hours
appropriate.
in.
I'm not waiting.
Maybe not that far, but
Mine said, I think, just before the start, I think.
Mine said actually I should remind you first. So
Oh, okay.
I'm
it
just
doesn't-
here.
I'm just
I wasn't gonna bring it up
Just here.
till later.
mine actually says mine is most important.
Y'all are giving me
No, I
great
think that's
letter.
what mine said, actually. Mine said that.
letter
Again.
says I
No,
have
I'm
to-
reading the message and it says, "Don't forget to remind me that you have some letters. Yours are the most important, and you are the best player." Oh, I'm supposed to read that.
Mine
part.
definitely didn't say any of that. So
No, mine said I'm
Yeah,
Chantry's favorite, actually.
But mine said that.
Again,
damn,
I'm
He's
just
lying.
for the
Again.
I'm just here so I don't get fined.
Oh, thanks for the reminder. Has everyone paid? Oh, wait, I know you guys have paid ahead. Brooklyn paid ahead. I think I saw M's come in already.
Yep.
And Megan, did you pay?
I still am not sure how to do that. Was
That's
it supposed
okay.
to do it
We can-
automatically?
We can talk about that after. I don't think it's going to do it automatically
Okay, that's fine.
because of me.
That's not.
No, that's okay.
Ah, Chancery.
Because of
Okay, who's
me.
going first?
Oh, you guys want letters right now?
No.
No.
I
Start
meant
the session.
whose scene is first, so I could put the music on.
Oh. Well, this may come as a shock, but
I mean, it probably is.
this may come as a
See if
shock,
I'm right.
but we are going to start with Bridget again.
Oh, I did not guess that. Whoop, okay.
Oh, so surprising.
I
No, I
know.
was not. I was being serious. I wasn't being facetious.
Oh my gosh, I turned the brightness up on my computer. I can see everything now. My
I'm
light
just
is
always
bright enough.
sarcastic.
Hey guys, we might start at 7:30 this time. You guys.
Josh!
Wow.
No!
Planned this whole time?
Okay,
What we
Oh,
do.
man.
Okay. I might need to turn my lamp down now that I'm not tricking myself. This is embarrassing.
Too dark. It's too bright.
Okay.
Excited for you, Chamber. Good job.
Bridget.
Mhm.
Oh, sorry. Welcome everyone to Book 2 Proper War, a Regencia story. We are in Chapter 2, the beginning of our novel. A second installment of the Regencia series thus far. And we have... Actually, I don't know who watched the first recording that I posted, but we've got a fun little intro with everyone on there, and that's going to be posted at the beginning of every session now, so that it's just kind of there and great, and so everyone knows who you guys are. We are starting... We've got some letters for people, and we're starting in with our new and beloved cleric, Bridget Thorne. Now, Bridget, I'm going to send you one of the letters so you can read it out loud, because I think part of the fun of Jane Austen-esque storytelling is that people get to read their own letter, and then I'm going to read the other one as it's a bit more professional from someone not as familiar to you. Where is it? Okay. So it is the next... I'm gonna say it's a couple of days later from where we left things off in, for most of us, in the Sterling private sanctum. It's been a couple of days. We're probably on the third day after that. It's the morning. You've finally been able, you think, to meet most of the Sterling staff and servants that work at the manor. You've kind of gotten a better feel just slightly for the family's routines, and by routine, maybe lack of routine, and sort of... It's clear to you somehow how much the Sterling family has not been generationally part of the aristocracy. Because even though they are very popular and doing very well for themselves, there's a lot more of this kind of like raw openness and sort of involvement in each other's lives that other members of the highest levels of the aristocracy kind of are used to. Sort of this chilly, chilly professionalism with each other, and there's things you don't say or you don't look like or you don't do, right? And so you've, whether it's stressed you out or made you feel more maybe you thought it was cute a little bit, how the family is still very much finding their feet in this new world, and at least within the home, they are still who they are. And this, this middle class family with lots at their disposal now. And it's sort of endearing, I guess I should say. There's a lot, and it's endearing. But we're on the morning of this third day, and I'm going to send you this first letter to your private thread. Except that where the bloody is your information? Can you do me a super quick, really helpful favor? Can you type me out your family's names again?
Yeah. In that same
or just send me the link for your document in a message so I can just open it.
Sure. Yeah, give me a second.
Because in the moment I'm like, where is it? Because I think that's M's that she sent me, and then that's Seth's, and I don't know why yours isn't on here because I read it.
Okay, I just sent that in the private chat on this server. Maybe I should have done it in the other one. Whatever. That was the one
Nope,
that was open.
that's okay. That's great. Okay. Just editing something out here because I'm totally 1000% prepared.
Oh, good.
And blah, blah, blah. Okay. Blah, 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 blah. I made this letter and I just threw in a random name, but I didn't choose which sibling this was from necessarily. And so I'm just making sure it's from the right sibling.
Well, good.
Okay. Okay, and then if you could read this, that would be great.
Okay.
And this letter gets delivered to you on a sterling silver tray. As you go to breakfast, you're sitting at the table with those who decided to come to breakfast. Maeve Sterling, Eleanor's mother, always takes breakfast in her room, as ladies who are married do. And Alice is there. Spudnik maybe isn't there yet. But you get this letter sort of brought over and dropped. And you get a couple of letters, but this is the first one as you see familiar handwriting that you open.
Okay, am I good to read it?
Yes.
All right. Okay. Dearest Bridget, it has been some time since last we heard from you, but I do hope you are well. Mother and father are in good health, though you know how they are, ever preoccupied with the business, the boats, and the accounts. The winter has been mild in Riverton, though the fishermen grumble that the mild waters bring smaller hauls. Father, of course, grumbles right along with them. I am writing because, as you might have already guessed, there has been talk of unrest in the capital. Your name came up at supper, Father mentioned your new placement, and Mother predictably fretted over whether you were eating well and keeping warm. They won't admit it outright, but I think they are proud to have a daughter serving such a well-regarded family. I would advise caution, though. Nobles, no matter how kind they may seem, always play a different game than the rest of us. Speaking of family matters, Edmund's wife has had her child, a strong little boy with a set of lungs that put the sea winds to shame. They've named him Tobias. I suspect father has already set aside coin to put the child to work on the docks as soon as he can walk. Write when you can, Bridget. It would be good to hear from you, not just for mother's sake, but for mine as well. Your sister, Charity.
Wow. And I forgot to change that other name. I'm so sorry.
It's not good. I can
now.
read it if you need to.
Just
Canon
assume that
now.
Marina's husband is named Edwin, and she said Marina has had her child, which
Okay.
would be the fourth that she's had.
Right.
Named
Edwin?
Tobias. What?
Edwin?
I think it was Edmund in the letter.
Edmund.
Actually,
Not Edwin.
keeping
You
it,
said Edwin,
Not
I was
Edwin.
keeping it Edmund, keeping it Edmund might be good, so we don't have
Different
repeats.
person.
So it said
Not again.
Edwin's wife. I'm sorry, Edmund's wife, but she would have just said Marina, as Marina's your sister. Just had her baby, named it Tobias. Give us a little scene what Bridget thinks about this letter, as she doesn't get letters often from home.
Yeah, I think at first she's a little bit alarmed just because she doesn't hear from them very often, so she's worried something bad happened. And then as it starts off, she's like, okay, this is just a, catch-up letter or whatever. She likes Charity the best out of most of her, probably out of all of her sisters, I'd say. So she's then happy to hear from her, kind of rolling her eyes at some of the stuff she says about her parents. But I think overall just happy to hear, good news about her new nephew and all that. And then maybe a little bit initially defensive, hearing about some of the, watch out for noble families. They're not always nice. But then maybe realizing there might be some truth in that and trying to accept that. So kind of a different mix of emotions there, but overall glad to hear something.
What does Bridget look like? What does her face look like while she reads the letter, and then after she reads the letter?
She tries to keep it pretty neutral because she knows she's in front of other people. Doesn't really want them seeing through her, but definitely there is an eye roll at one point.
Aunt Alice rolled respectfully high on her insight perception, and she sort of is cutting some bacon, buttering a little bit of toast, and she just kind of looks over at you. Good news, dear?
Yes, I have a new nephew. His name is Tobias.
Well, that is good news. Congratulations.
Thank you. Yes, it's my sister's fourth, so hopefully that's good enough for them.
Good goddesses. I never
Yeah.
wanted any myself. I cannot imagine having 4.
Well, I'm one of 7, so
Yes,
But-
I read that in your papers that the church sent me.
oh yeah, of course, that makes sense.
I am simply one of 3, though that was quite enough for our
Hmm.
family.
Right. Anything more than 1 seems quite enough, probably. Or, I mean, 3 seems like a great number.
Eric, Sputnik, Oliver, Alice.
4?
Oh, I'm sorry.
3.5.
I'm one of 4.
Right.
She said 4.
She said 4.
I'd go with 3.5. Sputnik's not all there.
She's got
Oh.
some milk in a cup, and then she's also got a tiny little flute of wine, and she's like, "Did I say 4? I said 4. I meant 4." Yes.
Right.
Well,
You said 4.
what is the young lad's name?
Tobias, I believe is his name.
Oh, strong name, handsome. I'm
Mhm.
assuming you'll want some time off to go and see the little thing.
Oh, that's not necessary. Thank you for offering, though.
Oh, all right.
My sister has plenty of other sisters and friends and parents and children and people around her. I haven't been back in a while. It would probably just be awkward.
And when you say a while,
When's the last time I saw Marina? 3 years ago, maybe?
really?
Yeah,
Do they live very far?
No, they live in Riverton. They help run my father's business.
I see. I mean, you could be there with a good coach in not but 40 minutes.
Yes, well, the Divine Estate keeps us very busy. Tries to keep us away from earthly distractions, all that.
Yes, of course. Though, of course, as a servant of Aino, isn't Aino all about birth and new life and the stalk and all of that?
Yeah, yes, indeed. You know your goddess as well, of course. My expertise lies in other things, though. And to be honest, new babies make me nervous.
That's you and I both, though don't tell anyone.
I wouldn't dream of it. They're so ugly.
Oh. Yes.
I mean, right?
They're just
I
so
know
messy.
they're new, but they are.
I do
Ugh.
love my silks. I try to keep a humble outwardly appearance, but you can have silk without having it drowning in ruffles and obnoxious pendants and things.
Of course.
Yes, well, I'm happy that your family is well. Please send them my regards with your return letter.
Oh, I will. Thank you, my lady.
I see you have quite a collection of mail this morning.
Yes. A little bit surprising. I don't usually get this much correspondence.
Now, this next letter is... maybe I should just ask you guys. Do you want to read your own letters, or I can read them? Either is great. Either makes for specific kind of interesting storytelling. But if you guys want to read your own letters, that is totally fine. That's great. So you can decide, and it can be letter by letter if you want. But would you like to read your next letter?
Who's it from?
There's the Church of
tell me.
Aino symbol upon it.
Oh, okay. You can read that one.
Okay. Now, you see as you open this letter, it's got the wax seal of Aino, the two wings, and if you all want to take a look at the handout screen, I have the symbol of Aino there for your pleasure. Oh, I need to clear it from last week and then post that new. Has that popped up for you guys?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So the symbol of Aino, these two wings spiraling around each other, and you see that this letter is from the Bishop of Aino, and Aino is the only church that has a bishop, aka an under bishop, to the high bishop. And this is what she looks like, and you know her, but I'll put her picture up here for everyone's reference. But this is Bishop Serafina Valcourt, and you can see that the letter is from her as you open it. And I will send you this letter afterwards. Or actually, I will... How about I just send it to you now so you can read along if you want to. Copy. All right. Now you can tell that this is, and you know that this is probably hand copied by a scribe, but there is like a handwritten personal note that you recognize as Bishop Valcourt's handwriting at the bottom. So it's like she had it transcribed and then she decided to add something. But it says, "To Sister Thorn, servant of Our Lady Aino, may the goddess of life and fate keep you steadfast upon your path. As you step beyond the sacred halls of the divine estate and into the ever-turning world, know that you do so with the grace of Aino upon your shoulders. It is in times of uncertainty that we, her servants, are most needed. Justice does not thrive in comfort. It is tempered in hardship, sharpened in doubt, and proven in the choices we make when no one is watching. You have been called to serve, not only as a healer of wounds, but as a keeper of balance. Walk with patience, and know that though you may find yourself among those who do not understand our ways, you are never alone. We continue our efforts to cleanse the shadow that lingers over Balon's order. It will be a slow and deliberate undertaking, but justice does not waver. In this, as in all things, we trust in Aino's will. Go forth in faith, Sister Thorn, and let your hands bring light where there is darkness, your voice bring truth where there is deception, and your heart remain open to the path before you. In service to the messenger of fate, Bishop Serafina Valcourt." And then penned at the bottom in an elegant but slightly rushed hand, it says, "The world will test your faith, Bridget, but I have no doubt you will endure. Do not let the weight of the duty silence your own voice. Do not let the weight of your duty silence your own voice. Aino does not demand blind obedience, only that we act with purpose and justice. Be well." What do we see as Bridget receives this letter?
First part is just pretty standard, you know, like, all right, well, here's some stuff we say to everybody when they leave, you know, it's a classic, like, good luck on your first assignment letter. But she gets a little bit confused by the little personal note at the end. I guess not confused, but, well, maybe a little bit. I mean, she knows Serafina, she knows Bishop Valcourt, but I think she's wondering, like, for one, kind of like, why did she bother to send me this personal note? I mean, you know, it's not like she doesn't like her. They've worked together and done things, and she knows she's nice, but I think she's just trying to puzzle out, like, what hidden meanings, I guess, could be in that. Seems almost like a warning or advice of something, and she's not quite sure what it's referring to just yet, or if she has encountered what it's referring to. You know, what is it? What is she supposed to do about that? So.
You find a third letter under the second. And this one is also from the Divine Estate, but this one has the personal seal of the High Bishop on it. And I'm going to send that to you now. And I'll just read this one as well. This one says, to Sister... Oh, I'm sorry. And I'll put up a picture of the High Bishop on the handout screen. Second only to the goddess herself. It says, to Sister Bridget Thorne, servant of Ino. The will of Ino moves unseen, and yet we are called to listen, to observe, and to act. Recent visions from House Vault Sky have reached my ears. Visions of darkness upon the water, only for it to be pierced by light at the final hour. Such omens cannot be ignored, nor should they be left to idle speculation. You have been placed, by fate or by design, in the service of House Sterling, a family whose actions have shaped the course of this city in ways both known and yet to be fully revealed. Now I charge you with another task, one that may soon intertwine with your current path. The Princess of Belloverde has arrived in Regencia at a most precarious time. It is no secret that the loss of our royal line has left the kingdom fragile, and whispers of unrest continue to stir. The Vault Skies have reached out to us, and I believe their visions speak of this foreign princess. If their sight holds true, then she may yet play a role in what is to come. You are to seek her out. Extend the hand of the Divine Estate, and by extension House Sterling, as a sanctuary while she finds her footing in a city that is not as it once was. Let her know that she is watched not only by political forces, but by those who serve the will of the goddesses. She need not trust us fully, nor we her, but should she walk a path meant for Regencia, we must ensure she does not walk it alone. May Ino guide your steps and weigh your deeds in balance. High Bishop Elias Lyrian, Keeper of the White Wing, Voice of the Messenger.
Question. So, Elias, his name sounds familiar. He's not the gold guy, right? Right. That
The gold guy?
Like the person tethered like dressed in gold, like
No,
that guy was
the
Balon.
acolyte of Balon.
yeah.
Oh, dude. Elliot.
Elliot, yeah.
Oh, okay.
We
Because
have
it was
two
very
Elliot.
close.
Okay.
Because there was very close to a player's name and they took offense to it.
There were two Elliots, so I feel like I was being picked on.
It's a common name.
So what now? This final letter, Bridget. What are we seeing? What are we getting?
Even more confusion as it goes on. She's very surprised to be contacted directly by the High Bishop. You know, she hasn't, I mean, it's not like, again, not like she's never spoken with him, but he's just much further up on the ladder than she is, so to speak. So she's like, you know, why is he talking to me? I'm just down here doing my little things. I'm like, you know, kind of trying to climb a ladder here, prove my worth as a cleric, but I'm not like, you know, I don't want his attention necessarily. Also, she has the panic-inducing first thought of, oh, my goddesses, I have just messed it up on my very first few days, and they're sending me back, and I am a failure. Perfectionist.
Right. You're like, it's
anxieties.
day 3. Why do I have letters from all of the highest ups in the church?
Yeah, she's panicking big time. But then as she reads it, and it doesn't seem like you're fired, you're stupid, get out of here. She calms down a little bit, but is still just more confused as to I was just supposed to come here and help the Sterlings, and now you want me to contact some princess? I'm not trained to be a diplomat. I don't normally speak with leaders of countries. So she kind of starts not hyperventilating, but almost. She gets a little panicky, maybe, but is also trying really hard to hide it. Not doing a very good job, I think. Alice doesn't need to roll a perception check. It's obvious. But Bridget thinks okay, it's okay. I can maintain control of the situation. No one knows I'm panicking right now. She's kind of freaking out reading it.
Dominic's been there. He does
So.
really well with diplomacy or talking.
A little bit of panicking, but already trying to formulate in her brain, okay, how are we going to do this? Let's start making some plans. I need my notebook. I need to make lists. I need to figure out what I'm going to do.
Right. You look up for a moment as you're your brain's starting to move again, and you see Aunt Alice staring at you, and she says, "My dear child, are you quite well? You look as if you've gotten some bad news. What could be in this third letter?"
Oh, sorry to cause alarm. Nothing terrible. Hi, I just received an addition to my assignment here. Actually, that I should probably mention to you, considering it involves your house and family.
Oh?
Yes, I have. This is from the High Bishop of Ino. Important man.
What have
anyway,
we done to draw the eye of such an esteemed member of society?
He has mentioned that House Voltsky has received some visions, I guess you could call them, as they do.
Seth, do not look at your message I just sent you. I accidentally I'm so sorry. I accidentally sent you something prematurely. Don't look at it yet. Don't look at it. Okay, I'm so sorry to interrupt you. Mid. So sorry.
It's all good. No, you're totally fine. No, Brooklyn, don't look at messages people don't want to be seen on Discord servers.
Okay. Sorry.
Brooklyn saw a message I tried to unsend. It was fine. Anyway, House Voltsky had some visions. They involve your house. About bad things happening. And I guess to make a long and complicated story short, the High Bishop has asked that I reach out to a foreign princess from Belloverde that has arrived here and invite her.
Oh, well, how very exciting. I did hear that there was a princess in the city.
Yes.
What are you to do with her? Surely I can give you notes on the highest and most prestigious places to take her out for tea or for afternoon tea or...
Right. He wants us to bring her here. He wants her to stay here. Sorry to interrupt.
Sorry, my dear, who does?
The High Bishop. The High Bishop of Ino wants me to talk to the princess and have her stay here. I'm so sorry. I know this is not my house. This is not my family. I'm new here too. I just got here. This is all very overwhelming. You can read the letter if you want. I'm not making this up. Do you see?
No, my dear, I believe you, but she takes the letter anyways, and scans it very thoroughly. How interesting. Interesting that a letter was not sent to the household about this.
Right.
But I suppose when we have such a prestigious direct contact with the church, then why not come through my ward? Yes, well, well, we cannot turn down an offer extended to a princess, especially to stay here at Stirling Manor. We have much to do, and you must, of course, immediately go and reinforce the offer.
Yes.
Yes. I will stay here to get the household ready, and you, of course, can use the carriage, and one of my frocks, if you would like. I don't know how many silk frocks that you brought.
None. No, 0. I don't own any silk.
Oh, you left them all. Oh, you don't own any.
I don't.
Okay.
No.
Well, my dear, we do need to think about who we're going to be speaking to. Just wear your best vestments from the church. I'm sure that holds all of the honor and prestige as any silk.
Yes. Okay. Yes, I have a dress uniform that I wear for holidays and special ceremonies. I can put that on.
Of course, Dominic should go with you as head, as to be head of the household. We definitely don't want. Oh well, that is, I don't think Spudnik will want to. Lord Stirling will want to travel today. Had a bit of a rough night last night. And perhaps you could bring along. I don't know what Eleanor's plans are today. It's so hard to know her schedule when she's not here in the house anymore. Dominic will definitely be able to go with you.
I'm sorry, I beg your pardon?
Dearest, yes, hello. We were just talking about you. Dominic, dear, dearest Bridget here has just received the most exciting news. The High Bishop of Ino himself has, on behalf of the Stirling family, invited that new princess who just arrived on our shores to come and be a guest here in our house.
And this is news to me.
Well, it's news to all of us. I think that's what you call a surprise. What was that, dear?
Normally they would send a letter to the household.
Yes, well, now that we have a cleric of Ino here with us, what better way than to get it straight from the source? I doubt we would have had the High Bishop message us himself if it wasn't for Bridget here.
Let me know if you need any resources or assistance with that.
She will,
Bridget.
Dominic. You will go with her today to speak to this princess and invite her or re-invite her and escort her, she should need it, back to our manor.
All right. I'll see if I think it can work out.
Well, we better make it work out. You're one of the most important faces of the family, Dominic, so you'll have to go with Bridget. We can't have someone not of the family be the only one to show up and invite the princess to stay. Of course, you should take Edwin, and of course a small staff to just add some pump to it all.
All right. I'll see if I can add a bit of decorum to my steps. So.
See if Dove has had, anything really nice made, and maybe she could go with you. Just the more people, the better it will look. And then while she's gone, we can clean her room a bit.
Dominic just kind of just pauses for a bit.
Clean my what? What's happening?
Dove, darling! Oh, we were just speaking about you. You are to attend with dearest Bridget here. Do you want us calling you Sister Thorn?
Oh, Bridget's fine. Thanks.
Sister Bridget. Sister Bridget?
Sure, whatever. Whatever you wish.
Is it offensive if
No.
Should I only call you
No.
sister on the days that I've prayed to Aino?
Yeah.
No, it's quite all right. You can refer to me however you'd like.
Okay, well, dearest Bridget, received a letter straight from... Well, you can catch them all up, all right? I'm afraid no time for breakfast, dearest Dove. Snap, snap, everyone go upstairs and get ready in your finest. Dominic and Bridget will update you on the way, and if you're... I'm sure you can pick something up on your way home.
Bacon. I was like dragged out of the room. Oh, bacon.
And if you see dear Maeve on the way, don't say anything to her.
Of course.
So she, by sheer force of will, just sort of shoos you all out.
Dove, your room might be cleared out. I'm gonna see if I can.
What?
Yeah.
Am I getting kicked out?
No.
What if you gave the princess the room I'm in? It's a lot bigger.
No,
Princess?
I'm sure we can give him my uncle's old room and my brother's old room. I think
I killed all the princesses.
that would work, right?
All right. Miss Broadhall.
Well, I killed one of them.
Yes. That's you did? Okay, it's all right. We don't need to talk about that right now. Miss Broadhall.
Above table, is that a secret?
I mean, I don't know how anyone else would have found out necessarily that you and Eleanor were there killing the princesses of the royal family.
In my brain,
Also,
it was super common
you saw
knowledge.
some of the
many bad
servants,
things.
so there might be
Just
rumors,
out of
but
your
Bridget definitely didn't know that.
I thought it was common knowledge. I maybe wouldn't have said it if I didn't know that. As a player. Okay.
It's
Canon
the thing now.
You did that? You killed... You what?
No, I don't think so, actually. Which princess? What's happening?
No, she was referring to the time I killed the king and the prince.
Okay.
I was incarcerated for.
Okay. Respectfully,
Yeah.
I need both of you to stop talking for a
Yeah.
second. Please. Shh. Okay. Okay. Miss Broadhall, we are going to go and meet with the foreign princess who has arrived here from a country. I'm rifling through my letters. Belloverde, Princess of Belloverde. She's come here. She's come to this country. She was supposed to marry the crown prince that you guys killed. Just sorry. Who died? He's dead. She was supposed to marry him. She's not going to. I have been instructed to bring her here to this household and keep an eye on her, so to speak. Just another thing for me to do, right? Okay, so that's what's happening. If you killed
Here?
anybody else, here. Yes.
Where are we going to put a princess?
My uncle's room, old room, I think. Would that be all right? I mean,
Oliver's room?
yeah.
Nicholas's
It
room?
has all the essential. Yeah. I mean, it has all the essentials. I don't see. I mean,
Which room is your best room?
I think
It
you
would be
have the
mine, of
best
course.
room,
Lord Sterling.
actually. Or Dominic's, yeah.
Well, she's a princess and you are not. So, well, you know what? That's not my prerogative. That's not my prerogative. You can talk with Lady Alice Sterling about that. I just have to go and talk to the princess. That's all I have to do. That's the only thing I am in charge of right now. I need to wear something that's nicer. You all need to wear something that's nice because we will all be meeting with the princess. Because we're all going. We're all going to meet with the princess. Right? Yes, of course we are. We're going to leave in an hour.
Is
Okay?
a princess coming to our house?
Yes, Miss Broadhall, the princess is coming to this house.
Why?
Because I was told to do that. And I do what I'm told. Now, everyone will be back here dressed in 1 hour. Right? Right. She runs away.
Somebody's gonna need to do her hair.
Go for it. You can do the hair, right? Or
Yeah, that was my job. Up until 2 months ago. Yeah, I can do hair. So I did my hair. Does it not look like okay?
yeah. I mean, I don't know. I mean, a princess. I mean, I thought Regencia was after the royal family. You know. I thought we would move forward with something. I don't know. I thought it would be a bit different. You know. But anyways,
Well, I mean, she's not our princess. She's from somewhere else, and she's hanging out here. So I mean,
and why do I get the feeling that I'm the one that's going to lose my room because it's the nicest room?
As you are.
we got to get Bridget out of Eleanor's room.
Yeah, you guys both know that it is a toss-up whether Eleanor's or Dominic's room is the nicest. Spudnik, it does not have the nicest room. It's smaller. Alice and Maeve share this sort of it's the biggest if you put it all together, but there's sort of this wall that divides the spaces. Also, moving Maeve would just be too much of a headache probably. So second floor has Dominic's room and third floor has Eleanor's room.
Well,
Also, above table, Nicholas's room, Uncle Oliver's room, was a broom closet.
Yeah.
Was a
Who said
freaking
that? I
broom
was like,
closet.
What?
Oh.
What are you? Oh my god.
I was preparing for Solana tirade.
Yeah, if you
I
guys
wanted-
want to look at the
It's a
picture
very-
of the manor, it's really
Not a
great.
very
And
good-
Oliver's room is so cute, and it's got that little turret, and it's barely big enough to walk next to the bed.
It's a very Dominic answer.
I was
Go to all of
like,
his room.
he's screwing. He's screwing with us, right?
No.
That's
And
all
when
I
he
could
said it
think of.
again, I was like, he's 100% serious.
So many bad things came out of all y'all's mouths in such a short period of time. I didn't know what to be.
I don't know what the
aghast
house
by.
looks like.
I love
No, not
Bridget.
you. You're fine, Bridget. You're fine.
I
don't
just
know
love
what the
Bridget.
house looks
She's like, we're going to be ready in an hour. Ready, set, go.
I wonder what the princess will be like. Do you think she'll be nice? She'll like.
She's a princess. Probably not.
Well, I
Bridget
don't
briefly
mind.
comes running back out and is like, 1 hour. Right?
Break.
Uh,
Go. Okay.
If you please.
Alright.
Yeah,
They don't
so
listen to
you
her
guys,
either, so.
you guys, I hope scatter a little bit. Dominic probably needs to be pushed along.
Dom's more likely to get him moving than he is.
They both need it probably. We're gonna pan over to the princess. Your Royal Highness, you wake up on your third day in your head very much on house arrest, as you have not been allowed to leave the Royal Courts of Law apartments. And even though they are showering you with treats and sweets and food and plenty of staff, there has always been some sort of flat, pragmatic excuse why you cannot yet leave the Royal Court of Law. And You've about almost had it simply because you've been stuck in closer quarters with Rose, right? Then especially after being on the sea with her, which was even tighter, Rose is getting more and more affronted for you, and you almost just need your situation to change so that Rose can stop being righteously affronted about the situation. But you are awoken, sort of probably already awake, just staring at the ceiling, like thinking about a lot of things. What the heck is going? Like, this is not what I'm not sure what is happening. Right? Like, what am I gonna do? And you receive a letter. And you've received many letters over the last few days, all of them very professional and surface, from all of the noble families and other prominent families and businesses in the country. Word that a princess of the southern nations is here in the flesh has caused a delightful distraction to the mess that is happening. And it's sort of separated the social society of Regencia and Donlin especially into two groups. One that is like jumping on this fun, exciting as they see it, beautiful distraction, because royalty is always a distraction and fun, and the others are like, distraction is going to make us crumble all the way down. We don't need distraction right now. We're in the middle of like rebuilding our entire society. So you've heard about some of these things and know that your presence is now known and causing a stir, but you've not gotten to enjoy or be frustrated with any of it yet because you have been in the Royal Court of Law. And this is the letter that you receive on this morning, this third morning after you've arrived. I'm sending this to you in your private chat. Would you like to read it?
Oh no, I loved the way you read this guy's voice. So, please.
Okay. To Her Royal Highness, Princess Solana St. George of Belloverde, welcome to Regencia. Though I fear the city you have found is not the one you expected. Our kingdom is in mourning, yet it is not grief alone that lingers in the streets. There is uncertainty, and with uncertainty, danger. House Volsky, in their wisdom, has foreseen a great shadow upon the waters, a darkness that threatened to take root, only for it to be cast away by the light. I believe you are in some way involved in that light, Your Highness. You are a guest of this kingdom, but you may find that not all offer open arms. There are those who whisper, those who watch, and those who seek to test your place here. I write to offer not demands, nor politics, but sanctuary. The divine estate stands as a neutral ground for those seeking guidance, and in light of what has been foreseen, we extend an invitation of safety should you wish to accept it. Furthermore, Lady Alice Sterling and her household have been informed of our offer. House Sterling has risen swiftly in these tumultuous times, and I believe you will find them both resourceful and capable allies, should you choose to look beyond mere political entanglements. Regencia will judge you, Your Highness. It is the way of all things.
Shared values and goals, not just political intentions.
Shut up. Shut up, Google.
Not just political intentions. It is the way of all things, but it need not be as your adversary. May the messenger guide your path. High Bishop Elias Lyrian, Keeper of the White Wing, Voice of the Messenger. What do we see here in this scene?
I think you see an exasperated Alana. She came here looking to help build a brighter future for both her country and Regencia, and has been a kidnap victim, a prisoner, in a gilded cage. You see all the sweets and all the treats kind of shoved onto the desk in the corner of the room. She hasn't touched any of them. She doesn't trust any of them. And she kind of brushes her hair behind her ear and says, "Sterlings, why does that name sound familiar?" Ah, yes. They have the most
Your Majesty,
wonderful...
it's the ones who own the banks and the gem mines. The newest family, the ones that's not always had the bloodline in the highest ranks of society, but I hear that they are most formidable. They were integrally involved in the apparent coup? The coup that happened, Your Majesty.
So,
No friends of royalty, if you know what I'm saying. Murder, Your Majesty! That's what I'm saying.
I must leave this room. I must leave this room now, or there will be more murder. Rose, pack my things. I must leave this cage.
Leave. Yes. Yes, Your Majesty. Of course, at once. And she
Silently.
just lifts your bags up and says, "They're packed, Your Majesty. I've repacked them every night, just in case."
Yes, while I tried to sleep.
Yes, you're welcome, Your Highness. I want to be absolutely ready at the merest hint of escape.
Rose, have you a boyfriend, a girlfriend, a lover, perhaps? You are tightly wound, my dear.
Your Highness, I have not the time nor the emotion to give, for I am at your whim every second of the day.
Wonderful. Let's focus on expanding your social circle. Make you some friends. Get you laid.
I beg your pardon. What?
Do more than what you're paid. Have some fun.
Oh yes, fun. I've had very much fun. I used a deep blue ink while writing in my journal last night.
Wonderful. You and someone who makes lists would have so much in common.
Oh, yes. Oh, I do love lists.
Yes, I know. You've made 6 of them in 24 hours.
Is it not enough? Shall I transcribe what is on this letter so that just in case something happens to it, we have an extra?
Yes, you do that. I'm going to go bathe. And
At once, Your Highness.
and I think Solana has taken the longest bath of her life just to get like a moment of quiet.
Okay. We will be back to you.
Yeah.
We're gonna
That
go
was great.
back quickly to our group getting ready to leave. As you guys leave the Divine Estate, you, Dove, and Dominic are handed letters on your way out. that were not allowed to get handed to you at breakfast, as you were not really there for breakfast. You can tell me what you guys do with these letters, if you open them now, if you wait. What would you like to do?
It's Christmas.
I'll open them. Yeah.
Walk and read.
Okay. We'll start with Dominic's.
Okay.
I'm gonna send this to you in your
Oh,
private chat. Now, Dominic, you had sent out 3 days ago a letter to House Bruick. You had that sent out by pigeon so that it could reach their estates as quickly as possible. You have can you give a little recap for us of what you had sent in your letter?
Yeah, so it's something along the lines of like I hope this brings you in good health. My condolences for the loss of your two sons. I hope just kind of just hoping to like continue with our business with one another. I hope to bring I hope to bring about the Bruick name back to back in good standing, and that there's always that there's always like a possibility for second chances, and that Regencia still needs House Bruick, as they made significant contributions to the economy and the the overall services that they provide, and hopefully there might be a chance for us to have that kind of like partnership. Just a quick recap.
Yeah, that's great. So this letter is from House Bruick, and the one you've been waiting for.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to put here on the handout screen who it is from.
Oh gosh.
Now this is, you see as you open this letter that it's got the Bruick family sigil on it, which is the potion beaker, sort of cauldron-y looking thing. And the head of House Bruick is Her Grace the Duchess, Lady Jimin Bruick. And she's gorgeous and fabulous, and I want to be her.
Is that on the handout?
But she is on the handout screen.
Oh, I see.
And I'll send you this letter here. And did you say you wanted to read it?
Yeah.
Okay. Isn't she fabulous?
I think I have that nightshirt. Like as a nightshirt, sorry.
How dare you?
Let's see. Okay. To Lord Dominic Sterling, your letter was unexpected. Given recent tragedies, our house has had a little patience for empty sympathies or veiled opportunism. But your words carry neither. If it is true that you seek genuine collaboration, then I will hear you out in person. If your concern for our house and our craft is more than mere rhetoric, come to Brook Hall. We have much to discuss. However, I offer this warning. The countryside is not as it was. Our messengers speak of vanished travelers, livestock found half decayed in their own pastures, and eerie lights haunting the fields at night. Our apothecaries and alchemists have no explanation, and the Church of Balan, where we once sought guidance, offers only silence. If you intend to travel here, come prepared for more than just business. Okay. Wow.
What do we? What's Dominic feeling?
So Dominic is kind of just feeling like, like there's a part of him that kind of like thinks that, they were just, too loyal to the point where, they just made, like the wrong friend, and because they stood up for them, they got, they basically got hit in the crossfire of it all, and I guess, and at the same time, this, if it works out well, this could be a really good starting point for the Crimson Cloaks. But at the same time, he just feels kind of bad for the Bruicks. But then again, he doesn't know like all the details about them. Who knows? They might have known whether or not that the family had this secret or not, because given that they were so close and stuff like that. But who knows? So there's a little bit of concern in that, but at the same time, they have skills that Regencia could use, and I think everybody deserves a second chance. Just like Dominic's family has kind of given him a second chance in a sense, or at least at the very least, put up with him and his antics, and so he's gonna go there and kind of just try to make things right, and all to protect his family and stuff like that, because that's the most important thing right now. So yeah. But
and while you're reading this, you guys would have been in the carriage with Bridget, because you guys would definitely have taken the Sterling's nicest carriage, nicest horses attached to it, along with a second carriage for. The second nicest carriage you guys would be in. The nicest carriage you have at your disposal would be following, just in case the princess would like to come back in a Sterling carriage. And then a third carriage, your third nicest carriage, for the staff and attendants who will need to be coming with you. So you can be reading this letter as you guys trundle out of the Black Rose Estates.
Can I like maybe do an insight on whether or not if this is like did she include like what time to come to Bruick Hall, or is it just like come by whenever, or if like like the handwriting kind of indicates whether or not like this was meant to be like she was writing at quick haste, or if
it doesn't look like it was written in haste, because the Bruicks are always the most elegant, the most posh. But it does seem like there is a sense of fair warning. She kind of is like, if you decide to come, be prepared, essentially, or at least be on your guard, be wary. So But they definitely it's sort of like this warring between, we might hear you out based on everything that happened. Wasn't expecting this letter. We will hear you out, but it has to be you. Nothing else. No one, no messenger, whatever is going to suffice for our honor. You would have to come and talk to us if you want to talk to us. However, seems only fair societal manners to warn you that there's been some weird stuff happening.
Yeah, and there's like a bit of a like a priority when it comes to all of this, right? Like Dominic's trying to manage his priorities, whether or not like, try to get this done as soon as possible, or possibly meet with the princess. And so it's like balance, like, oh, this will be good for the family. This will be good for all of Regencia. This would be, this could also be good for Regencia, because who knows, we might gain an ally of a foreign nation. And so it's like,
Yeah, you feel like you're balancing a lot of really important things, because your idea for these crimson cloaks could really help in Regencia healing. So you're like, well, this is vital, but also I'm the head of my family, sort of. I mean, Spudnik is technically still the head of the family, but you're the heir, you're in that spot now. So, and then you're like, Eleanor is now managing all the businesses of the family, so that's a huge deal. Also, a princess, you're like, this would have been the biggest immediate thing, except that now we're supposed to host a princess, which usually you would have like months to prepare for. Your house would be dusted and polished and swept and repainted, and everything would be meticulously fixed if anyone of royalty was to come and stay. This is a huge deal. So it kind of, I think, feels to you like this would have been the top priority, and I'm so glad I'm getting this letter. Also, I'm literally on the way representing the family to bring a princess back to our house, so like this might have to get pushed behind the princess thing, at least for right now, or at least for today, or
based on the intrigue that you shared with me, there's also like the thing with like hopefully I guess Dominic right now is kind of like, I guess he puts on like physically like a face of like, I need Eleanor's help for this, like that usual kind of thing. I think as soon as Dominic gets home, I think he's gonna maybe write a letter to Eleanor, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah, or maybe like have like someone that knows magic, just send a message.
You could tell Edwin to write one while you guys are traveling across the city, and then get a messenger in the city.
But they were in a separate.
Yeah, they are.
Okay.
You could tell the drivers to just figure it out, make it work somehow. Hey, tell the other driver to tell Edwin this.
Yeah. All right.
Question above table.
Yes.
Don't you still have sending stones?
No. Oh, you mean the Rocky Talkie?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Hey, what's your letter say?
Right.
Did you got a letter too? What does yours say? Let me see it.
Well, this was addressed to me, but why not?
Really? Okay. Cool.
Yeah. The Bruicks are willing to meet with me, and I'm supposed to go to Bruick Hall, but it seems like since we have the princess situation, I think.
Yes, that obviously takes precedence, doesn't
Don't
it?
let him turn you into a beetle, though. Look out when you do go.
Yeah,
The
I can't believe
Bruicks?
that happened.
Here you go. I hand the letter back.
Would you like to take a look?
I'll take your word for it. I don't think my brain can handle any more information right now.
Oh. I hope you get used to it.
Dove, your letter has been sent to you in your private chat. Would you like to read it?
It is. Oh my gosh. Yes. You want me to read it?
Yes, please.
Okay. Letter. A mysterious letter written in halfling. Okay. Dove, daughter of the lost. Ooh. I do not know if you remember your mother's tongue, but if you do, then you are as clever as I was told. If you cannot read this, then perhaps you are better off ignorant.
Wait, you can
I
read.
can.
Okay. I was like, I should have
I'm
checked on
pretty
that.
sure. I mean, I'm halfling, so
I think you're supposed to
should
come
know.
with
Yeah.
the knowledge of. Yeah. Okay.
There is something wrong in the heart of Regencia. You may have heard the whispers already. The dead do not rest as they should. The ground beneath the fire temple stirs. I have seen graves that should be sealed, yet they breathe. I have seen the candlelight of Balon's altar flicker in a way that no wind should cause, and I have heard prayers answered by something that is not divine. The child at the orphanage, Berig's little dreamer, sees things they should not. They speak of shadows moving beneath the great stone halls, of hands reaching through the cracks in the earth, of voices calling them to come below. Do not let them answer. I write to you because your parents once walked the halls of the divine estate. They saw things no common halfling was meant to see, and they died for it. If you value the peace of the dead, if you value the peace of your own heart, leave this be. But if you are your parents' daughter, if you cannot let ghosts rest when justice is undone, then follow the child's visions. They will lead you to what was buried. You do not know me, but I knew them, and I know what waits beneath the stone. Walk lightly, little shadow. Signed, J. Okay. Interesting.
So you come back to the present where Dominic is trying to graciously invite Bridget to be part of it, and she's like, please no. And maybe Bridget's kind of schooling him / trying to get his advice on what to do when she talks to the princess, but also making sure that he does the things that she thinks needs to be done.
How do you address a princess? Do you say Your Highness or Your Royal Highness? Or what other addresses are there? Should I just not even look at her? Maybe I
Well,
shouldn't look
Don't
at
tell
her.
your
I should
story.
look at the ground.
It depends on if she's the crown princess or just a regular princess. You say your royal highness, I think, if they're the crown.
I don't know if she's the
Say
crown princess. Okay.
Your majesty or your highness, I think would be fine.
Okay. Your
I hope
Majesty.
you treat her
believe.
staff
I'm gonna
well.
write this down. I'm gonna write all of this down. Your Majesty.
Edwin can't use more stress.
What?
Oh no, I was just hoping that she would hopefully she treats the staff well. Edwin can't use any more stress. He's got a lot on his plate, so
With
Well,
respect.
maybe he shouldn't be a valet as well as in charge of the bank.
Your
Seems
valet
like
is in charge of the bank?
no, that would be my cousin.
Your cousin? What? What's happening?
No, never mind. Well, my valet is now kind of doing an understudy thing with the man of business, and it's a whole thing. But I'm hopefully he learns a few things and is able to better himself and improve. So
Guys, I think maybe my parents were killed instead of just dying.
All right.
I'm so sorry.
And
Dan.
I just tell them about this thing. Bridget, I don't trust you. I don't like you.
What?
I'm sorry. I'm been very stressed lately.
She does that from time to time.
All right.
Poor
We
dog.
don't have time to unpack all of this right now.
No, we don't. We have
Don't
a
you think?
princess to go see.
I mean, even though now would be the perfect time to unpack some of this so that, we don't unpack it when the princess comes.
No, it's
Why
fine.
on earth would we
Fine.
unpack it when the princess comes? Why would we be
Right.
unpacking anything in front of the princess?
Because it's
Are
going
we
to
here
happen
yet?
if we don't.
No,
Oh my
no.
god.
No, we're not going to do that. We're going to anything you might think or feel. You're going to take it and bury it down.
We
All
don't
the
I
way
know you're just going to take it down and swallow it and not
Yeah.
think about it if the princess is around. That's
I
not
wish-
what you do in front of princesses.
I wish that were true. I truly
You don't
do.
even have to wish. It can be true.
I
Easy
think
as
I
that.
think I like you now.
I love Bridget
Wonderful.
so
All it
much.
took was one mental breakdown. Perfect. All right.
Okay.
I think we started this ride off on the wrong foot. Let's restart again, shall we?
I
We will
think
address the princess as your royal highness or your majesty. Those are the terms we will address her with. Later on, when the princess is getting settled, we can maybe talk about some of these other correspondences you all have received.
I
Sound
think
good?
the princess should have your room because it's
That's fine. I am fine with that.
okay.
I used to sleep in basically a closet. I don't know why I was given a large room anyway. It's too big. I feel like I'm drowning when I sleep in the bed. It's too big.
No, you
I
probably
roll over and there's still bed. I roll over the other way. Still bed. It's too much bed. What are you going to do with all that bed?
Bridget's in the carriage with the two most socially awkward of the group.
You need a drink?
Seriously,
I pull
the
out a
one
flask.
character who should be here is not here.
I'm not
Um,
surprised in the very least that Eleanor wasn't brought into this. Like,
Yeah,
I'm not surprised at all.
I pull out I see Bridget having a meltdown, and I pull out my Rocky Talkie, and I say, "Hey, Eleanor, are you busy?" She's not answering. She must
I
be
bet-
busy.
Am I busy? I don't know.
It's breakfast, so whatever you feel like you'd be doing at breakfast, and we were gonna go to your letter next anyway, so we can use this as a bridge.
What's
And you
on
can
the
decide what
menu,
Eleanor's doing for
Eleanor?
breakfast if she even has given herself time for breakfast.
I think that, like, what time breakfast?
Like
Your normal, like, 10, 11
yeah,
breakfast?
like probably 9:30, 10.
Okay. I think that that's too late to start working. So I feel like Eleanor and Dahlia take breakfast much earlier than that so they can get, like, a jump on their day.
Right. You guys
Um,
aren't wasting your
so-
evenings just like lounging at parties.
Yeah, no. We're like, in bed at a reasonable hour, up at a reasonable hour, and having breakfast and then going to whatever duties they may have that day. So I don't know where I would be that day. It's what, Tuesday?
Tuesday. You can decide because I know that I said that you have been helping Dahlia a lot. So we kind of said that maybe every couple or few days you would bounce back and deal with all the other two businesses that you run.
Yeah.
So do you feel like you've been working with the menagerie stuff
really, I think definitely like Monday start. Maybe it's like Monday, Wednesday, Fridays at the menagerie, Tuesday, Thursdays at the bank. So it makes 1000% sense that Eleanor was in the same building and was not consulted about this. It makes
I was hoping you were going to say
complete
you were at the
sense.
bank. I was so hoping you'd say you were at the bank.
1000%. That's 100%. She's 100 feet away. 100%.
Just across the river.
If anyone thought any different, that's how things would work, they would be wrong. So she's
Forgetting
at
Ink is attached too. Oh man.
attached.
We could have walked across
But
the
I'm
hall.
not surprised. I'm not surprised. Yeah, so I'm at the bank.
Okay, you're in the former vice president office of Dominic's that's now yours.
There's a huge portrait of Dove, by the way, that I've been trying
there
to
it
get
is.
rid of, and
She took that down.
And there was a giant cork board with
All that's gone.
with
Oh,
all
A
these
CM
things,
Carver.
a CM Carver trail that maybe scraps of
Gone.
it was left if Dominic went in and like collected it and took it with him. But the corkboard can be nice teacup, by the way. This is so great.
Thank you. Thank you.
Love it.
take a look at that. That's my cousin's insanity board.
Why don't you tell us what your
took that
office looks like?
It's very, very tidy. There's lots and lots of bookshelves, so it's like all the books that would have been in Eleanor's room originally were moved into the bank. So she either had like the bookshelves moved, because I'm sure that like there are a lot more bookshelves than are usually in Eleanor's room. So probably a bunch of those were moved back to the office in the bank. So tons of bookshelves and books. She has like a lot of like file drawers with all her documentation. Like the mess, if you would call it, are all very organized piles on her desk. And there's she's like has a table that's like an auxiliary table to her desk where everything's like all nicely filed. And there's maybe like a couple pieces of paper out of the way. He hurries up and sets those down. There's like a teapot on her desk full of non-caffeinated herbal teas. Because someone's trying to get her to cut down on her caffeine intake.
I think that Eleanor would have been like, oh, I am going to have like a full legit office now. Thank goodness. It's going to make everything smoother and easier. And then within an afternoon, it was completely packed. And you had like one day where you're like, this still isn't enough space. This is still, I need, if only I had a usable office, even though it's so nice.
Yeah, so it's very full. Lots of documentations. Because it's now the bank plus the mines that are in here. So she's got double the paperwork to account for. So hence the auxiliary table. It's still not very like personalized. I don't think Eleanor has ever really been the like personalization of a especially workspace.
Shocking.
There's maybe some like knickknacks that like Talia has given her that are set very like not prominently, but they have like their little spot, their own designated little area.
Also, maybe there's some things that Dahlia gave you that are like, it's almost a little too like open and like you don't want people, you're like, I would never want people to come in here and see, this is my personal stuff, but Dahlia's like, I made this for your office, so you kind of like have to display it.
yeah, there's definitely, maybe she has like a shelf in her office, so it's like not directly on her desk. But there's definitely a shelf where like all the little bits and bobs are there.
A shelf that you can use like an illusion cantrip of like a little curtain or something for if you ever need it.
Yep.
Oh.
But yeah.
Wonderful. So you get, I'm assuming you have your Rocky Talkie on you, or at least near you.
Yeah. But
So we can go back to Dove's reach out.
No more busy than I usually am this time of day. Are you all right? Do you need me?
Are you talking to a rock right now?
Yeah. Oh, can Nicholas hear us? How far away is... It probably can't reach that far.
Nicholas,
think-
you are Nicholas, you are deep breathing after a fantastic orgasm as Gale just rolls off of you.
Oh,
Suddenly a rock from underneath one of the pillows from y'all's giant bed that you don't use all of because you're so much cuddling all the time. A rock just sort of vibrates underneath one of the pillows that you never use.
Nicholas just pulls it out and puts it on his chest and just listens to the chaos he is no longer a part of.
Lucky duck.
I guess Nicholas can't hear us. So this is I don't fully understand it myself, but we are meeting a foreign princess, and Aunt Alice and Bridget said that she has to live with us now, and Bridget's having a meltdown.
I'm not having a meltdown. I am having a reasonable reaction to everything that has happened in the past 1.5 hours. I'm fine.
Okay.
Do you want to come meet us?
All right. Oh, what? Who is all on the way to meet this princess, and where are you going?
I don't know. Dominic rounded up like half the servants.
Okay, Dominic, you, my aunt, yes, is Spudnik going?
Ask her for help. And
Who is Dove? Who is going?
I list off all the people who are going.
Oh my god. Okay, where are you going? Where are you going? I will be there as soon as possible. Oh,
And I tell her where we're going.
Okay,
I
all
love
right.
the realization of Dominic that he may be in over his head, just slightly.
Oh god, it's
Ask
all
for-
right. Okay, all right.
Is it like on speaker sending stone?
You kind
or
of
is it
have
like
to
only...
be right next to it.
I'll
Also,
hand it
there's a
over to
picture
Bridget.
of Nicholas in his full ice embracing glory for just a fun throwback reference.
He's such a chilly boy.
Such a chilly,
Oh,
fair little boy.
goodness. It's like Jack Frost
He's-
from Rise of the Guardians.
Okay,
He's had such a hard time living with Gale. A truly, truly hard time.
Really long and hard time.
Excruciating.
Okay,
So many sleepless nights.
I run over to the main house from not run. Actually, yeah, Eleanor. She like hustles as much as Eleanor runs. And she kind of like looks at what she's wearing, and it's like her like casual office. It's still like by comparison like very
Like standard
fancy.
businesswoman.
Yeah, standard businesswoman, but it is not sufficient for meeting royalty. So she disguised self into her fancies because she is always ready.
Eleanor, I'm gonna say as you cross the Sterling Bridge from the bank to the manor, you can see the trundle of the 3 Sterling carriages crossing the bridge the opposite way from up the river as you cross, and you see them just like on their way. As you're like rushing past all the windows.
I'm disowning all of them and just joining the Blue Mats full time. Sterling be damned! She kind of like
You're still on speakerphone, Eleanor.
Good.
we won't take it personally.
Darling,
You should.
my dear, you came for breakfast. As your mother comes out.
No, mother.
Oh, but darling, Eleanor.
She puts her cheek out to kiss.
Oh, busy as always.
Yep, very busy saving the family.
Don't let anyone
as
stand in
usual.
your way, dear.
Oh, hot. She just kind of laughs. Heads out. She like grabs like the nearest footman or just whoever she can find. Be like, are there any carriages left?
Are you asking your mother? Oh, the footman.
No, I grab a foot. Yeah.
Grab a foot.
Ew.
Tanner is there, and he says, well, we sent all of the three nicest, of course, with the group, but I don't think there's really that much variation with all the others. But they're all nice. We could definitely get you a carriage. We did just send all of the stable boys to breakfast.
Amazing, fantastic.
Wait, aren't the stable boys mice? Right?
Yeah,
Is
it's
this
a blue mat.
Cinderella? What is happening?
Oh wait,
That's
sorry.
the blue
That's
mat.
the
That was
blue
the
mats.
Blue Mat House.
She's at the Sterling
Oh,
Manor.
My
Oh, right.
God.
Right. All their animals. No, all their servants are
Yeah.
animals.
Yep. Okay.
You waiting
That
for
was
them,
so
Fantastic.
by the way?
That's so great.
But your horse is here.
Fantastic. Is there anyone who can saddle my horse?
Yes. Oh well. I
fine.
can. Yes, I can do that for you, your ladyship.
I like give him a look. Like, can yes?
Yes,
Can
before I
you?
worked here, your ladyship, I worked in the race houses.
Oh, perfect. And she like kind of grabs onto his arm and kind of drags him.
Besides, when you
Here's the
hired
stake.
me, it was in your very lengthy contract that anyone that works for the Sterlings must know their way around horses.
You can sit. Yeah. Oh, that makes sense. Yes. All right.
I lied on my application.
Jump.
for sure.
All right. Let's go.
So he saddles up your beautiful horse,
Barnaby.
Barnaby.
Gonna
Which-
be.
Barnaby.
which I don't have just right here.
Here,
Barnaby.
I got it.
Can you send it to me again?
Yeah, give me a second.
And also, as you get on your horse, and he is finished, and he's just brushing out your horse's tail as you kick her flanks, you see your mother in her frilled marriage cap, as all women that were married kind of wore these often wore these bonnety kind of house bonnets, and she's got a thick shawl around her, and in typical your mother fashion, she's in a light pink nightgown still, with a sunflower yellow thick crocheted shawl around her head, and then she's got a deep orange ribbon in her cap, just all the smattering of colors, and she just sort of tiptoes out of the house in her slippers right as you kick your horse's flanks, and she goes, "Oh dear, do you want the letters that came for you?"
Does she have them?
Yeah, she's waving one. The letters.
Okay. I kind of wheel Barnaby around. And
Just
kind of, as she
immediately.
holds him up, oh wait, I'll just let's see how it goes. How far is she from me?
Well, you kick Barnaby's flanks, and so you go 20 paces before you hear her voice.
That's
You're,
fine.
halfway across the courtyard.
I mage hand the horse. I mage hand the letters out because it can go 30 feet. So I just, and the letters are kind of just following after me,
There's 2 letters that she
eventually
had.
catch up.
Actually, there's 3 letters. And are you just pocketing them right now, or what are you doing? Because you are on your horse.
I'm not trying to read and ride. I'm not trying to read and ride Chantry. I'm a safe horse
I know, which is
person.
probably killing you. I'm so sorry.
Yes, it is. So I'll take off after the carriages. At a pretty quick clop.
So you're not trying to catch up to them before they reach their destination necessarily.
How far are they?
By now, they're probably almost to the Divine Estate boundary, if not to the main gate, which is further south around a little bit. So you could probably catch up to them just as they got to the gate if you galloped. But if you properly trot quickly, you probably will meet them inside. I'm sorry, not the Divine Estate, the Royal Court of Law, which is closer. So they are, we'll say the same thing. They are almost almost there. It depends on how quick you want to be.
Should we slow down for you, Eleanor? Should we wait for you?
Please. Oh, God, is this? I'm coming after you. I'm on Barnaby.
Barnaby, okay. Eleanor's on her way, guys. She's here to fix everything.
What you guys don't tell Eleanor is that if you look at the map of Donlin, you'll see that building with the two swords crossed number 27 in the chest. You know, you've got the Royal Warehouse, you've got the House of Bowing, and then you've got the Royal Court of Law itself. Your carriage is just pulling up. If you look right next to number 28, there's that sort of alley of beautifully kept trees. That's where the carriages pull up and then do a little U-turn circle and drop people off right there lots of the time. Or you could have gone around to the other side where the Royal Warehouse is. But you're probably just stopping in that avenue of trees. And Dominic's foot was probably like out the door about to step out when Eleanor was like, "Yes, wait for me." So
Yeah,
you don't need to tell her you're there already, but...
Hey, we wait for Eleanor to show up.
Oh, okay. I pull up.
Bridget, you are currently just sitting right outside this court of law. Just sitting. It's kind of like when you're running late and you're just stuck in traffic without moving.
Yeah, she's tapping her foot, sighing a lot. Obviously pretty distressed.
I could do a braid in your hair if you wanted. Just fancy it up a little bit if, just for...
She's actually quite good with hair.
Thank you.
Wonderful. I appreciate the offer, Miss Broadhall. Truly. Okay, yeah, just, sure. Why not?
Right now?
Yes.
Okay, sit down.
Okay.
You receive a knock, Bridget, right as you sit on the floor of the carriage, which is, like, not very proper. There's a knock on the carriage door, and it opens immediately.
Ah!
But it's Edwin. Or it's Edwin. And he says, Your Lordship, the driver said that you had a letter for me you wanted me to write.
Yes, but not right now. I need to freshen up. There's a princess coming. So
Is my lady, are you okay? Or have you taken faint?
I'm fine, thank you. I'm actually really fine. I'm so fine.
Wiggling.
Right.
Stop.
Thank you for concern.
Edwin, please get in.
Oh.
Sure. Let's have one more person come in this carriage. That's a great idea.
Are you sure, Your Lordship?
All right. I guess I will step out and join your carriage then.
No, actually, you need to stay in this one, because of how you are my connection to the Sterling family. And if I show up with just Miss Broadhall, no offense, Miss Broadhall, it won't look great. So you need to stay in this one, please.
Right.
Thank you. Thank
no
you, my lord.
You know what?
So much.
I can get in the carriage. I don't need leg room. And he
Here.
climbs in and tries to be like not taking up space. And Dove, as Edwin sometimes does, since you are probably his connection, that the person that understands his position lots of the time, he just sort of looks at you and is like, Your Lordship, you don't want me to transcribe the letter now.
Actually,
Was it
wait,
to
wasn't the letter
something
supposed
about
to be... Oh, yeah,
to
go ahead.
Lady Sterling Blumet?
Actually, yes, let's, so, let her know that, house, what was it? The intrigue,
Ruick.
no, not Bruick. I'll basically just fill her in with that when she gets there. Okay, so eh, cousin. Yeah, I want you to write cousin. It seems that House Vaneforge has grown suspicious of our household. I know that you were quite good friends with Bernard.
Baneforge?
Yeah, I'm sharing intrigue now, out of character.
Yeah,
Oh, wait.
Dev says that in character. Baneforge?
Yes. And so I was wondering if you can talk with him, since you were good friends with Bernard, and perhaps have us in good standing with them. I understand that he was your friend, and so
we
I think
got him killed.
Oh wait, you were in.
I think that's a perfect time for Eleanor to open the door.
I agree. I think that's great.
Yeah.
Also, Eleanor can have this stone at her mouth as you wrench open the carriage door. There's a huffing Barnaby behind Eleanor.
More people to come in the carriage. Wonderful.
I'm done
Not
with your
coming
hair.
in
You
the
can sit
carriage.
up now.
It looks like
Thank
her
you.
ladyship is here. Your ladyship, begging your pardon. And he just gets out and sort of like bows at you, bows at the carriage.
Dominic, we will talk about this later. This is not the time, nor the forum for such talk.
Well, that's why I wanted to write it in the form of a letter, and
You can come across the bridge next time. Or I'm sorry, are you too busy to do that? Cheers. Now tell me what is going on.
Right. Thank you for coming. Lady Sterling Bloom. What? No, I wouldn't address you as that. I wouldn't know that. Lady Sterling. Thank you for coming. We are right on the threshold, soon to arrive, to speak with the Princess of Belloverde. We are inviting her to stay at your family's estate, not on my bequest, I might add. Not my idea. None of this was my idea, actually, but of course that doesn't matter. We were instructed by the High Bishop of Ino to invite his princess to stay at the Sterling estate. That is what we were doing. Here we are. I've never spoken to a princess before. So.
Don't worry, we have experience. That
Yes,
you
I
may be
heard
lacking.
that you have experience with princesses.
And Eleanor, her eyes, flick over to Dove as she is looking away. It's not a pleased look.
Princess Emily. Yes, I remember her.
Yes. Princess Emily.
I remember
Correct.
dancing with her. And we had an awkward
Mhm.
All
conversation.
right. Why is the princess here?
Why is she in Regencia?
Regencia, yes.
I
Go
haven't the
ask her.
slightest. I intend.
All right.
Well, I assume that is part of what we are trying to find out.
All right.
Oh wait, no. I know why she's here. She
All
came.
right.
She came to be married. But being as the royal family of Regencia was recently decimated, shall we say, that is no longer in the cards, so to speak, my lady.
Which
Yeah.
son was she supposed to be married to? Which prince?
I don't know.
Crown Prince, so that must be Alistair.
Okay.
I don't know that.
Which
I don't
with
know
this
how I know
news,
that.
What was it?
you guys
Alistair?
know that Solomon was gay. The oldest Shadowbee child is already married to the Frost, R.I.P. And then there's Alistair and Lassica, the twins. So the only person left, unless Lassica was supposed to marry this princess, which you doubt it, would be the crown prince. And also, it kind of paints the whole season of their coming out and them courting and everyone trying to get in with the royal family like a big, little bit like an offensive hoax to the local Regencians. If this is true.
DM.
Yes.
Do I know of... Can you spell Belloverde for me?
Belloverd.
Okay, Berd. What do I know about Belloverde? I am very learned, sir.
Yes, you are. And I was supposed to send Bridget information about Belloverde. I'm sorry I forgot to do that.
It's okay.
Here's what both of you would know. Eleanor probably more than Bridget, because we established last time that like you'd studied like the general continent of the southern nations and the general stuff, whereas Eleanor's probably, especially in the last year, that the Southern Empire has been trying to sweep and gotten a little ambitious. Eleanor studies a lot. So, this is what you would know. Dove, Dominic, you guys probably wouldn't know much. It's kind of a smaller nation, and here's what you guys would know. To the south of Regencia is a collection of nations, and I can send you this information afterwards too, but there's a collection of nations residing in what is akin to our world's Europe, essentially. There's a single nation that is spreading and conquering its neighbors. This country is called Siffron. And it's sort of like inspired from our like Napoleonic France, okay? Siffron, Cefran, Siffron. It is ambitious, large, and powerful as a nation, and it's currently sweeping in a takeover of many southern nations' territories. Now, Regencians call them southern nations, but that's not necessarily what they call themselves, but that's what you guys call them as your kind of your own mainland. Siffron is ruled by the Empress, a cutthroat, intelligent, and vain woman that is rumored to have the confidence of 10 drunk men. She's sort of been known to create and be creating an empire of wealth, riches, and impressive feats of architecture and luxury. And apparently is very popular in Saffron. The nationalists and the populace of Saffron are big fans. To the west of Saffron lies a smaller nation, which is Belloverd, Belloverd, which roughly translated in Italian is beautiful green. So this kind of beautiful green place, essentially. Its capital city is on the water. It's very romanticized and got very historic cultural feels to it. It's very much sort of like an Italian Tuscany kind of vibe country.
What's the
It is
capital?
named. Its name is pulled accurately from the breathtaking vistas. Flora and fauna. It's got forests and waterfalls and brooks and lots of boats. And the capital is named Acwet. Acwet. The Belloverd is ruled by a widower king named Maurice St. George. And you know, Eleanor, that he has a single living child left, the Princess Solana St. George. You know that Belloverd is sort of a country that's got more of the arts and cultural renaissance things to its name more than being a powerful military nation or an ambitious nation of wealth. It's kind of in its era of renaissance when it comes to arts and beauty and things, and so they've kind of got that going for them and against them. But you know that the capital city where the ruling seat is, where the king lives, is Acwet. It's anchored to the land by a series of bridges, but otherwise seems to just rise out of the water. The entire city itself rises straight out of the water. And yeah, there's more information that maybe you've read or looked at, but that's the most important stuff right now. So there's Saffron as the empire that we talked about, and Belloverd as this nation that Bridget saw flags of earlier.
Okay. All right. I at least know of the place and of the princess, so that gives us an advantage. Bridget, you are the representative of the church who is suggesting this, so
Yes.
you will be imperative to this whole operation. All right? Do you feel that you will be able to convey the message that you were given?
Yes.
All right. Once you do that, I should be able to follow up with a convincing argument, at least, for her coming with us.
Wonderful. Thank you, Lady Sterling.
Right.
And thank you for coming on such short notice. I was not
Of course,
having a meltdown. I was simply
of course
overwhelmed.
not. I'm sure you handled things appropriately to the situation that you were put in.
I do find myself being put in a lot of situations recently.
You guys hear from outside the carriage.
Who is it?
It's the driver, and he says,
What?
Your lordship, ladies ships and ladyships and ladyship. Shall I tell the representatives of law how long they've been waiting out here for quite some time?
Yes, we are on our way. You may go to them if they want to announce us or something.
Eleanor, if you stick your head out, you'll see that like there's just some members of the court of law just standing outside, like just been looking at your carriage, just waiting.
That long.
And now your hair's done. Your hair's done now.
Okay.
So we can
All right.
go.
Please roll me a
Eleanor.
performance
Bring
check,
it on.
Dove.
Oh,
Not a
gosh.
dexterity check, since it's dexterous,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
I do this for my job.
Yeah, roll me a dexterity check, and if it's good enough, I'll give you advantage on the performance.
Sleight of
Oh, no.
hand.
Sure.
Well, dexterity is a 23. Sleight of hand will be 28. Whichever
Dang.
one of those you want to take.
Bridget, now roll me a performance with advantage.
Also, I'm like pressing it into place and like really like hoping it looks good. I'm gonna give you guidance as well, which is an extra 1d4.
Do I have to use it right now?
Yes, it's for this check specifically.
Hey, then instead of an
It's a
18, I
cantrip.
got
I can do a lot, but
a 22.
Yeah. Nice.
It's a braided bun situation back here, and it's even got some little like loopy braids kind of tucked into it. It's real fancy.
Yeah, and I feel like
Something
Dove.
something Eleanor never would have let me do on her hair,
Mhm.
that I'm just like indulging
And now
in
you
right now.
And Dove, I imagine you're
I'll
very
cut out-
resourceful. You like used some sort of something to like give it a sleek, almost shiny appearance. All the like stray hairs are very
Yeah,
ew.
absolutely. It's gorgeous.
You can't tell me that's not something Dove would do.
Dove would, but
What
went-
did I do? Oh, 100%. Yes, that's how resourceful I am.
you're just
I
running the
think
hair
I
through
wonder-
your mouth as you're like braiding it.
I feel like I would have noticed that. My passive perception is quite high.
And you wonder why Eleanor didn't let Dove do her hair.
Yeah, this is a learning experience.
No, you don't
All right,
know. You didn't
It
know
looks
that.
so good.
Who's gonna know?
Eleanor gets
I rolled
out,
a
she
28 on my sleight of hand.
All right,
It was a lot.
fair.
Eleanor
Yeah,
helps
so
Dove
Eleanor-
and
yeah,
Bridget
you-
out.
Yes, you help them out. So you all exit the carriage and you find some general representatives of the court of law in long robes of staff of the court, and they say, "Welcome, Sterlings and guests. To what does the Royal Court of Law owe the pleasure?"
We've come to meet with the Princess Solana St. George.
Yes. Quite. If you wouldn't mind following me, and I shall see if a member of the coin is available for you to speak to. And he'll kind of bow as he turns with his long sweeping judge-esque robes and leads you into the Royal Court of Law. You can see that fancy picture of it on the map if you hover over it, and you get brought to sort of a large, not comfy, very, very professional study, if not like a parlor, more like a study. Bridget, this is probably the most calm you've felt in a while because it's just so clean and so unnecessarily sparse. Or I guess
Love that.
not unnecessarily
Not
cluttered.
fancy.
And there's like lemon water instead of like fancy crumpets and teas and stuff. There's just sort of like a crystal decanter of like lemon water. And but he leaves and he comes back shortly with a member of the coin, a woman with a tight, severe bun. Think very Professor McGonagall as she's described in the first Harry Potter book. just sort of glasses perched on her nose, thin lips, a tight bun, her robes on her perfectly starched, and she walks in briskly, like no need to waste time meandering around, right? And she comes in and she kind of gives just a slight polite bow and says, "House Sterling, to what we owe the pleasure?"
We are to speak with the Princess Solana St. George.
I see. And might I ask the nature of this call?
A personal visit.
Ah. Well, I shall personally see if the princess is available.
Thank you.
And she, like, bustles off. Solana.
Lemon water.
Lemon water. Solana, would you... You're finishing, like, putting your hair in place, because you just have time to kill the last 3 days. So you're probably, like, just doing things to your hair, making, like, kind of elaborate whatever. I don't know what you're doing here, but you've got time, and so you're just, like, putting your outfit together, because why not? And then... But Rose comes into you and is gushing about the fact that some noble family is here to speak with you, Your Highness, and I told them you are very busy.
You? Wonderful. That is probably the Sterlings, and we should go meet them so I can leave this room. Please. I'm begging you, let me leave this room.
Of course, Your Highness. I shall take the bags and have them loaded in our carriages. They can't stop us now. And she's like this tiny lady, and she's just got like as many of the bags. Like she looks like a walking bag pile. As she's just half dragging.
Not a light packer either.
Yeah, she doesn't get all your bags, but she's like this walking bag pile that starts just dragging her way out of the room and like down towards.
Lift with your back. You're not with your legs, not your back.
She goes, "What?" And she kind of turns and trips and stumbles, and it's just this tumble of a mountain of bags.
Oh no. Rose, are you alive?
I'm all right, Your Highness.
Good.
Do not worry about me.
Okay.
You can have 2 of your like guards come with you as like, you know, entourage guards as you are brought by this member of the coin to this study room where you see a beautiful yet smart looking woman, Eleanor, dark haired. She's got just... Would you have any of your tattoos peeking out, Eleanor?
You're muted. Oh,
disguise self. Sorry,
okay.
no, I was just not.
What is Eleanor wearing?
Self, so. She's like in, like you said, her business woman best, very fancy, like definitely like the sterling colors, the blacks and the whites and the grays. Maybe like the charcoal kind of gray pants, like high black boots, maybe like a velvet kind of a black why can't I remember what it's called? The coat part.
Overcoat or vest?
Overcoat, jeez, I don't know. Yeah, and you can see like the similar kind of like charcoal vest with an ascot. Got all the little bits of like sterling, like silver. Her like diamond earrings and like a diamond cravat pin and just
Wow.
all done up. Yeah, Eleanor's fancy schmancy for this visit.
Dove, what are you wearing?
I think Deb is wearing. She got a few pieces. I think she's wearing kind of a deep red velvet number that's fancy. Like a square neckline. It's high-waisted, kind of in the Regency era, but it's still a little bit more fitted probably in the waist as it goes down, and it's just a velvet thing, and then her red cloak over it because she hates being cold.
I feel like red's become Dove's like her signature color, which I love.
I love it.
Kind of what's
I love
happened,
it.
yeah.
And what
Yeah.
does Dove's hair look like?
Dove's hair is in a similar style to Bridget's, like it's pulled back in a very like Regency appropriate bun, but her hair is so curly and like thick that there's a few pieces kind of maybe artistically left out to be whatever. And Dove also, I don't think I mentioned this last week, she cut bangs as well as me. She has
Life
little
reflects
curly. Huh?
Oh, I just said life imitates art.
Life imitates art. I didn't even intend to do that, but yeah, she's got curly bangs up here, and so face framed by little curls.
Cute. Dominic, what is Dominic wearing?
Dominic would wear, just I guess kind of similar to what Eleanor is wearing, just like to represent the family and stuff like that. His cloak has like a little bit of like of a sheen to it. It's got like it's different on the inside than it is like so it's like it would be black on the outside, and then like a silver kind of wool on the inside, and let's see, and I think Dominic would just keep if at all possible maybe one hand like his well, he doesn't have a hand, like he has like only one hand, but like the arm missing a hand, he would probably put it in his on the inside of the cloak, behind his back,
Playing it off as just being very dapper and proper.
yeah.
Does he have this cool high-collared cloak, or is that something he... I'm just seeing the picture behind you, but...
I think he would go with something high-collared. And I think there would be maybe a little bit of red accents, but nothing too extreme. But yeah, mostly the strongest colors are like black and silver, and maybe some white here and there.
Okay, and Bridget, what is Bridget wearing?
She has it's still very simple. It's like an off-white muslin kind of like simple dress. Seems like an overstatement, kind of like robes, I guess you could say. I don't know.
Dress
type
seems like an overstatement.
I
The
mean,
word
it's
dress,
not-
I love it.
It's not a sack, but it's not a sack. But just like off-white. But it does, instead of having like just like very plain like brown embroidery with like the symbol of on the sleeves or right here, whatever, it's in gold embroidery. So it's her fanciest number.
I feel like the picture of Bridget would be like, I mean, she looks very similar to like a Jane from Pride and Prejudice, the older sister who's just supposed to be a beauty, but like also is just sort of like, I'm just here and sweet. So Bridget's natural beauty is luckily shining through her very humble attire, but the hair is helping fancy it up
She has
some.
a very fancy hairstyle. And the gold embroidery, it's practically decadent.
The
in
gold
Bridget's eyes.
embroidery, yes. Solana, what is Solana wearing and look like?
So Solana is wearing just the biggest dress. Probably something similar to a sweetheart neckline, just very open around her chest. Baby blue, almost like a periwinkle color. She has her hair is kind of pulled over to the side of her shoulder. It goes probably below her waist, and off to the side you see a gold hairpin with blue sapphires in it.
Yeah, very different than Regencia. Belloverde's current fashion is very Renaissance-y. It's the long hair, is beautiful, whereas Regencia is very much updos and such. So she's got just this gorgeous long blonde hair. Sorry, you can keep going.
I think it's just Regencia is kind of practical and Belloverde is more romantic. But she also is adorned with silver gold rings, gold bracelets, all kind of matching in that blue sort of sapphire periwinkle as kind of her color.
Now, when you say big dress, are you talking about a Belloverde fashion where it's draping and hanging on the body with a long train, or are you talking about adapting to some Regencian culture styles with a big poof, like the royal family wore?
I think it's somewhere in between. She's kind of gone a little bit more out than she's used to, but it still kind of has that length to it.
Yeah, that's something that no one in Regencia does, is have dragging trains of dress or cape or skirt. So Solana comes in, skirts kind of just barely pricked up in front of her feet, and she walks in with this dragging train behind her with two guards coming behind, and to whom it may concern, these are two of the handsomest men that maybe people have seen in quite some time, and I'm going to add their pictures here to the handout screen. Let me get to them really quick.
I mean, Seth found the art, so.
I'm sure they're hunks.
They're not terrible to look at.
They're gonna follow you
I
around.
expect nothing
Like,
less from Solana.
I'm glad Seth found these pictures early enough so that they didn't have to, in the moment, be so distracting for me. Like, springing them on me.
And Chantry's like,
I sent him several NPC art, and he's like, that's just not fair.
Whoa.
I'm like, thank you for making things complicated for me, Seth.
You're welcome, friend.
If you look at the handout screen, you'll see these two gentlemen.
They are handsome
They're
fellas.
very handsome.
Now, Seth, I'm going to send you a quick private message. Because I've got information for your NPC companions that I've not fully finished formalizing and sending to you, but I'm going to give you this much so at least you have this.
Fair, and I'm good with making it up on the fly. Why am I nervous to meet you guys?
That's really
Don't worry, it'll
cute,
be fine.
actually. Because all we do is fight. That's why
You're like, don't be mean, don't be mean, don't be mean.
She's
It's instantly mean.
In her head, she's like, "You need these people. Be nice. Be nice. Be nice."
Well, actually,
Quaint. Don't use the word quaint. It
Backwater
upsets her.
country.
don't worry.
Hole in castle? Question mark.
Dragon? Question mark.
Don't you worry. You got the queen of flattery here.
I'm scared I'm gonna piss her off just by existing somehow.
Also, I just sent you the names a little late.
I'm a little scared for that
Okay.
too, Dove, if I'm going to be honest.
Shut your mouth.
Let me quickly check what spells I have prepared before we do this again.
I know, maybe I should have taken modify memory, huh?
You know what? I do have hold person prepared and silence. We're fine. We're fine.
Dove is
We're fine.
Dove is trying to go back to her like humble servant phase. Like she's like, okay, put it all back, pack it down, like Bridget said. It's just,
So Solana comes in with these two very capable-looking, strapping men, and maybe one just extra, like, very lowly-looking serving maid who's just kind of picking up the very end of your train, so that not keeping it from dragging, because that's sort of the point. It's supposed to look impressive and drag, but just so the very end doesn't get all dirty, and just to make it look even more impressive. And then once you get there, she just like lays it perfectly out like a wedding photographer would, and then just steps far away until you move again.
Eleanor has not sat down or anything, and as soon as Solana is kind of like situated within the room and is ready to receive the Sterlings, she bows. Princess, it is a pleasure to meet
Yeah,
you. An
The
honor.
pleasure is all mine. The pleasure is all mine. Sterlings, I assume?
Yes. I'm Viscountess Eleanor Sterling. This is my cousin, the Viscount Dominic Sterling. This is Lady Broadhall, and Miss Bridget Thorne of the Church of Ino.
Are you going by
Wait.
Broadhall still, or did you change that?
I think we
yeah, we
Out
would
of
have
character.
talked about it. Yeah.
Oh,
Should we
okay.
keep going?
You changed it.
Eleanor
Yeah,
definitely
I
would have
thought-
known Dove's
Yeah.
title of whatever it was. I thought, you were going by Quickspell now?
I've been using quick spell just like to help me differentiate, but I don't. We maybe need to have a conversation about which one. Dove
Yeah,
would be
I
using.
thought we were still using Broadhall because that is what the story was for you getting your like title.
I was gonna say, at least
whatever.
legally, even though it's fake, legally you would be known as Broadhall.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
fine.
so Eleanor would advise to keep using that because that's what all your paperwork is in. Amongst the family can go
You
by.
could switch to Quickspell if you did like a formal like, oh, did you hear Miss Broadhall's taking on her maiden family's name, and it's to honor her, deceased parent. Like, you could make a thing of it and have everyone buy into why you're
Yeah.
switching back to.
If she would have
It would have
done
been-
that, Eleanor would use she would not have.
No, that's too much work.
Okay. All right.
At this point in time, there's too much going on.
We will stay.
It's not a priority
will-
at this point. Yeah, I'm Broadhall.
Okay. All right. Then I will have said all of that.
Mm-hmm.
It is wonderful to meet you all. My name is Crown Princess Solana St. George from the country of Belloverde.
I have heard of your great country, and if I may, the princess honors her beautiful lands with beauty just the same.
And you guys do see that she is an elf. She is like, right? Elf? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, full
Correct.
like beautiful, very
Yes, she got some
stereotypically
pointy ears.
pointy ears, very fair and youthful looking. It's hard to tell. You're not even sure how old she probably is. And there are elves in Regencia, but the elves that look as lavish as she does would be House Valtsky, who you never see. So there are elves. It's not uncommon, but she's like an elf from legend. She's like so perfect.
She's
and
so
beautiful.
pretty.
And I do a curtsy and be like, "It's lovely to meet you, Your Royal Highness." Like, trying to show like Bridget, she's the crown princess. We say Royal Highness.
Dominic would just bow and, just remain quiet. Just let Eleanor do all the talking.
Yeah, Solana, you see this tall. How tall is Dominic?
6'4".
6'4"?
He got taller. He got taller since last book.
Did he? I thought it was always.
Actually, he might have been 6'4". Nicholas was about 6'1".
I thought you guys.
I mean,
were
Dominic's
not- I
always
thought
been
you were, like,
tall and thin. That's really tall. So he's taller than the other two gentlemen and just as handsome.
Thank you.
And he's got this very impressive collar and yeah, you see your blonde soldier attendant sort of scrunches his nose as Dominic just bows.
She will smile. I have heard wonderful things about your family, especially the rising star that is Eleanor, running both the bank and the mines. You would put some of our Belloverde nobles to shame.
Oh, Your Highness honors me with your compliments.
And I hear that you just finished your season. Was there any luck for you, Lord Dominic?
None so far, Your Highness.
I am sorry to hear that. There is always next year, and there is a big world. Many beautiful princesses across the southern countries.
In Dominic's head, he's like, I suppose I still got it, or something. Something along those lines. That's just like his head canon.
I'm so glad I can't read minds right now.
I love that.
I appreciate the compliment.
Where are my manners? These are my right-hand guards. And she'll gesture to the blonde. This is Creighton. And the gentleman with the dark hair and the green eyes, she'll gesture to. This is Aaron?
However you'd like to
Alright.
say it.
Aaron. But what, pray tell, brings you to visit little old me today?
Your Highness, this is Sister Thorn. She is with the church of Sister Thorn, would you mind introducing yourself?
And Solana, you assumed this was one of their servants, as you're not overly familiar with the goddesses and all of the religious customs of Regencia. Belloverde serves different gods.
Yeah, I did mention that she was with the Church of Ino.
So when hearing that, Solana's eyes will get wide. A lady of the church, how wonderful. I've looked forward to learning about the goddesses. I don't really know that much about yours. I know mine. I would be happy to teach you about the huntress and the other goddesses that I worship.
I would be honored to hear of those, Your Royal Highness. I am also willing, if you have any interest, in sharing some of the knowledge and teachings of our own goddesses here in Regencia, if that was ever something you're interested in.
I appreciate your kindness.
I also simply wish to extend the aid and assistance from the Divine Estate here in Regencia as a spokesperson. Anything that I or they can do for you, we would be happy to oblige.
That is kind. I've not received many kind gestures since I arrived on your shores.
We wish to remedy that, if you are interested, Princess.
And what did you have in mind, brilliant Sterlings?
House Sterling would like to offer you to stay with us during your time in Regencia. Unless you have other accommodations in mind.
No. I have seen the room the coin has provided, and that is about it. So unless your secret plan is to keep me in your rooms or have me end up like the other royals, I would gladly accept the invitation.
I can assure you, Princess, that if you come with us to Sterling Estate, it will not be a prison.
Then may we go post haste, please.
Yes, of course. We have our carriages accompanying us to take you and your belongings back to Sterling Estate, where we will have a room prepared for you.
Wonderful. Yes.
Oh, sorry, that was for the DM. I was gonna do
the
an
little one.
insight check.
Did you have a question, little one?
You noticed me. Oh no, I was gonna do an insight check.
Okay.
I wanted to as well because I expected more.
What the
pushback.
audience saw last time.
Yeah.
Well, no, not even that. But we're just like, hey, Rando Princess, come with us to House Sterling.
like,
We're gonna have a good time.
She's like, yes,
We're,
let's
like,
go
partying
now.
and stuff. It's like kind of weird.
16. Okay. Salanda, please. Solana.
Yeah, budget and Solanda.
Please roll whatever it is you would like in response, whether performance or persuasion or deception or whatever you think is best.
Okay.
Could I roll insight as well?
You can, yes.
Okay, I rolled a 22.
Ooh.
Nice.
Yeah.
I rolled a 23.
You.
Charisma based.
I will say, what Eleanor and Dove probably pick up is she's kind of at the end of her rope. She does not want to stay here anymore. She feels like a prisoner.
Sounds like it.
She's willing to take help from anyone who's willing to get her out of here.
And it also dawns on you, Sterlings, at this moment that whatever entourage she has brought with her will also have to be housed.
Yep. Did we see? So we saw the two guards, the minor serving woman. We can assume she has like a lady in waiting or something of the like.
Who's with her constantly.
Just based on kind of the structure of nobility. Now,
Bridget told you guys that she was here to marry the prince, which you can only assume means that she was coming to stay ahead of whoever would have come from Belloverde for the wedding. Hence, she probably has quite a lot of things with her for a getting ready to permanently
Move to a new
stay
country.
into a castle.
Yep.
Servants, entourage, clothes, all of it.
Yep. Some Sterlings will be hanging out here for a while while we take some of her stuff back, and then. Well, I'm aware. All right. If the princess wishes to leave with the utmost haste, we will accommodate. I will have our staff gather your things to be sent. Oh, yes.
My lady in waiting, Rose, she was already beginning that process.
Oh, of course. But please, let us. We will handle your bags.
There's no stopping Rose when she gets started.
Then we shall assist her.
I would appreciate that. She fell down the stairs earlier.
Goddess. Perhaps Sister Thorn can take a look at her, make sure she's all right.
He said she was fine. I think she's fine, but I am not a cleric, a woman of medicine. I would appreciate it.
Oh, sorry.
You see, how did you say, Aaron?
Uh-huh.
The brunette, green-eyed gentleman that's the most casually dressed of anyone there, besides maybe Bridget. He looks very capable and dashing, but it looks like you would have maybe expected him to have just gotten off the boat, but you know that she's been here for a couple days, so you're like, maybe he's just got that windswept vibe all the time. But he is... he sort of turns to Solana and says, Your Highness, I can go and make sure Rose is okay.
Without Charlotte here, you have been delegated the role of... Well, I assume you know what her role was. Brayden, do you mind going to assist?
And Creighton, who looks just like he does in his picture and has been giving the cleric of Aino this sort of smoldery side eye that's got no good intentions behind it, sort of just wets his lips and kind of goes, Of course, yes. I'll help, Rose.
Thank you. I'm sure the Sterlings would appreciate it.
He sort of unfolds his arms and like stretches his chest, puff his chest out for a second, and then turns on his heel after a bow to you and leaves the room.
Right. Dominic, would you like to escort the princess down to the carriage? Lady Broadhall, would you accompany them?
Yes, sure. Yes, my lady. Yes.
I will organize things here, and I will see you back at the house.
Dominic would make sure he escorts the princess where she is on his left side. I mean, it would be on her right side. Yeah, on her right side. So Dominic would be positioned there just so that the whole hand awkward thing doesn't happen. Yeah. So just pointing that out.
Great. Do you guys head out to the carriages now?
Yeah.
I'm gonna find one of the if the like minor servant woman is still there, I want to talk to someone about organizing like the bags, because
That's her
I'm
thing.
guessing not everything's gonna fit on one trip, and all of us as well.
Oh,
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
before Creighton will leave, he'll say, Creighton, please make sure that we use all 3 carriages that we brought with us. I'd like to not return to this place anytime soon.
Which you would have used some of the royal family's carriages that the flag of Belloverde was placed atop, since you couldn't bring carriages on your boat, but they're at your disposal while you're here.
No one else is using them.
Are you saying that, or are you asking?
That's above table. Above table.
Yeah.
She's like, in her head, she's like, no one else is using them.
No, while so Eleanor would have sent Dominic along with the princess and told Dove to accompany them, leaving Bridget. She wanted to just like catch her for a minute. Is it just like us alone now? Like,
Yeah, you would have been
how do
like, it would have been clear you were trying to look for someone to like speak to further about things, but
yeah.
the Aaron, the tall gentleman, would have made sure to stick right by Solana. And then also the lowly serving maid girl would have kind of looked at you like, oh, I'm sorry, and just kind of like could tell you want to talk to her, but she's like has the princess's
Yeah.
skirts and is kind of like,
Yeah. If Solana like told one of the guards, I don't remember which one it was, to use all the carriages, like guessing to bring her stuff, then Eleanor's not going to worry about it too much. She did want to speak to Bridget for a moment.
yeah, it would just be you guys left in there.
Was that odd?
Well, I have not been in many situations involving royalty, my lady, but it did
Okay.
seem a bit odd that a foreign princess would so willingly come with us.
I had a whole argument and everything.
Oh, like prepared to, persuade.
Yeah, convince, yes. Alright. Do you know what's going on at the house right now? Like in preparation?
I know that it was all a flurry, shall we say. When I left, Lady Alice Sterling was in charge, or said she would help prepare rooms, get things as good as they could be, I suppose. Oh, also, we weren't to tell your mother about this, so she might be a bit overwhelmed.
Yes, that's good. That's smart. Alright, and I'm going to cast Sending to Aunt Alice. Just like a real quick little sending. Princess is on her way. Put her in my room. And Eleanor looks at Bridget and goes, and just like mouths sorry. She has at least 4 staff, perhaps more. Hide my mother. I'll beat them there. All right, let's go.
Can she respond to the sending?
Yes, she has 25 words.
You immediately get back. Stole. We need more time to get the house ready.
Right. All right. Eleanor like hustles down. And like once she gets within like eyesight of the group, like slows back down, but like keeps like not a hurried pace. She doesn't, like, nobility doesn't hurry, you know. And kind of comes up, like kind of comes abreast to Dominic and Solana. It's like, Princess, have you had the opportunity to see Regencia, or see Donlin specifically?
From my window.
Would you like a tour? We can show you the best parts of the city. Perhaps if the princess is hungry or is in want of some sort of entertainment, we could find something that meets your fancy.
Oh, like the menagerie, for example. I hear there's many wonderful creatures there.
At the menagerie, that we could perhaps take in a show if there's something.
This is all like so not Eleanor. Let's change the plans and do a bunch of fun stuff all of a sudden. Like,
Activities.
I'm sure Dominic and Dub are like,
There's actually
Yeah, so there's the menagerie. It is a place that has some of the great examples of the fauna of the area, and those abroad. They have a Pegasus that they have on display that is just magnificent. There's the opera. Perhaps they might have a matinee that we could take in. There's the perfume district if you are in search of shopping or anything of the like. There's plenty of places that we could show you around.
Hey, Chantry,
yeah.
Dove is not there. I just want to insert this real quick.
Where's
Dove did
Dove?
not follow directions.
Where is Dove?
Dove was told to go with Dominic and Solana. She's never been a good chaperone, and she's not about to start now. And so she snuck away and cast invisibility on herself.
Love that. Yeah, Eleanor, you are saying all this, and right as you're getting to the end of your spiel, you're looking around and you're looking around Solana's like giant dress, and you're like,
I'm so used to it by now. I'm just like, okay, all right, that's something that's happening. Yeah. So I'll go off. I'll bring up a whole bunch of other things. I'll bring up like the
sweet parasol.
academy, like just okay, castle stage, just everything that she could. Sorry, not the perfume district, the perfume house. That's my mistake. The perfume market, all things perfume related.
you're like, I've not said perfume so many times in my entire life.
The divine
sorry.
estates, just everything.
While you're doing that, sorry, I stepped out for a really quick second. Was Bridget sent to go help Rose get okay?
No,
or is she
Bridget
fine?
was. Did Eleanor just send Bridget to follow Dominic and Solana?
Yeah, Eleanor like ran after us, like, "Come on, Bridget."
Okay,
So you're kind of just tailing after Eleanor at this point.
got it.
Okay. Dove. Let's go to Dove really quick.
I want to know what Solana was gonna say.
What's Solana
Was
gonna
she about to say
first?
something? Oh, I'm
Yeah.
sorry. You asked her a bunch of things. Yes.
Yeah.
First, let's get the response.
Yeah.
She just kind of looks a little overwhelmed, a little exasperated for a second, and she says, "The menagerie sounds wonderful. I could use some food. I'm not a big fan of sweets, though.
That's perfectly fine. Would you like something to eat first, or would you like some entertainment first? Either can be accommodated.
Let us get something to eat first. I've not eaten in several days.
Oh, Princess, have they been starving you here? I will talk to someone at once.
And she'll just put her hand on Eleanor's forearm. They brought food. I did not partake.
Right. Perhaps the sweet parasol. That may be something. Only the finest there. There's a quite famous chef that has quite a deal many delicious foods.
Lead the way.
And she will continue towards the carriages.
And as Dominic is sort of
Solana wants
personally
out of here.
escorting, you're like, Dominic, lead her, Royal Highness.
Yep. And we head towards the carriages.
Solana,
Some sort of...
Solana, Dominic, you guys get to the carriage door before one of the drivers or footmen is like immediately there to open the door, and you would maybe expect this Lord Sterling to just reach out and open the door, but his one arm has you linked on it, and the other arm stays behind his back, and he sort of just
grabbed the door.
waits for half a awkward second. Eleanor rushes forward and opens the door right as a footman comes up behind Eleanor and is like,
Okay, I'm gonna... Yeah, okay. She'll make note of that.
We're gonna take a quick break as
Yes, please.
we split into some different directions again. And when we come back, we will start with Dove. And I have a picture
it,
of
Dove.
Rose that I'm so excited to
Oh.
share with you guys, but we'll share
I'm
that when
excited
Rose
for
comes
Rose.
back in.
Guys, I came up with all that stuff off the top of my head.
Look at
So
you!
That was incredible.
Yeah, you have a crazy spontaneous wife, and then it's like, oh god, I have to be crazy and spontaneous sometimes now.
Ah, what
Yeah.
you do for love.
Let's
Seriously.
see, it's 9. Well, it's not 9 for some of you. It's my clock is saying
Oh, no.
47, so let's just say it like 55. We'll come back.
Is there like a restaurant? The Sweet Parasol. I thought the Sweet Parasol was a restaurant.
There's
It's a
definitely
bakery.
some restaurants in the avenues where you and Dolly are staying. There's definitely
Okay,
lots of
then
food
I would've
options
known
down in the market district south of the
Okay.
Royal Estate, though that is not the nicest area of Regencia. There are some very
Where I'm at?
fancy. No,
There's
down
a
in the market
turnabout.
district isn't.
Okay.
But in the business district and in the arcane district by the Tower of Gore, there are some very fine restaurants.
Yeah, I wouldn't have mentioned I thought the Sweet Parasol or whatever it was a restaurant. That's my bad. So I
It's
wouldn't
sort
have
of like a
mentioned that one.
sweetery.
Yeah.
But in the the pleasure district where the menagerie is and where the theater is, all that, there is enough there and around that you could. That's going to be the place you want to go for entertainment for everything.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I will just head us that way then.
Okay.
Boom. Where are you, Dove?
Seriously, Dove, what are you doing?
Why are you like this?
I want to find out secrets.
We just got together.
Yeah. I want to find out secrets.
Oh my gosh. I haven't even gotten to open my letters yet, guys. Letters are my favorite.
I'm so
I
sorry.
love letters so much.
I was planning to just go sneak and then like join up at the house. But now you're not going to the house. So Yeah.
I've got to send a message to Dahlia saying, "Hey, hon. So I'm bringing a princess to the menagerie. I don't know if you have like a VIP tour of things, or maybe just like shut the
Get one
place
ready.
down, but get one ready."
Get one ready. If you don't have one,
You've got 5 minutes.
we do now.
Okay, we have like lunch.
Okay,
It's like,
you've got
okay,
1
we're gonna
hour.
take it to lunch. You got an hour, maybe 2. And then, yeah, you should really be ready. Maybe a personal tour from the proprietor of the
Very
menagerie. How
exclusive,
cool would
yeah.
that be? Exclusive.
Exclusive as
I've
hell.
been trying so hard just to shut up and just like listen.
You didn't there for a
You
second.
did.
I was like, oh
You did a good
no.
job.
Oh, no.
You're great.
I was
And-
impressed with Dominic staying quiet.
You just
And-
have to be mysterious and broody and quiet.
That's what'll bring the lead.
Women love that.
They
Oh,
do.
They do.
Yeah,
They do.
100%.
They do. Just act all mysterious.
The broodiness gets you
The
every
broody.
time.
That's the Sterlings for you. The tall,
You know, so
dark-haired,
much.
and brooding.
All dark and brooding. It's what does it.
I need to go to the bathroom. I don't know why I'm
I
sitting
do
here.
too. Oh my god.
Yeah. I just hope when it's like that, because the hand is going to be revealed and how I got it, and then
You
I'm gonna
don't.
lose.
You
I'm
don't
gonna
have to say
lose it.
how you got it or gone. Just that it's gone. Make something up. Lie.
Yeah, but I feel like Solana's too smart. She'll find out,
Yeah,
Like-
well.
and then there goes my hopes for an ally in this campaign. It's
Then
never
that,
work
but
anyways.
Like above table, Nicholas was like, "We can do this, and I will murder him in his sleep. It is fine,
play.
and I will be with Gale, and we'll be fine."
Oh.
But
Yeah.
you took the
Gale-
bullet on that one.
Gale-
Gale is,
Well,
a
I know he's a
very-
Stormont.
Yeah.
yeah, he's a very tall and attractive man who has very strong hands.
Love those hands.
Yeah.
What those
Well,
hands
like-
do.
Well, like Nicholas is a musician, and Gale is deaf, so it's a weird combo. But he's also
Oh,
like
okay.
works with his hands, which
Mhm.
is a new sort of like feeling for Nicholas, like rough, strong hands. So it was always kind of this weird juxtaposition.
Yeah. That's cute.
Did
Is
you make
Gale
the
a
AI
wizard
art
too?
for Gale? or no?
Say, did I
Sorry.
make art for Gale?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No. Chantry found the art for Gale, and I just
Yeah.
was like, bingo.
The bottom one, I don't trust them.
He
The
likes
other one,
Bridget
I
a
feel like-
lot.
Huh? Well, I mean, like, I don't know. I mean, it's just the art, but like, it's
Giving fuckboy.
Mhm.
What are we talking about?
yeah, totally.
One of the
Raiden?
bodyguards.
Is it?
The
Is it?
blonde bodyguard.
How do you spell that?
It is Kraden.
That's not how I spelled it.
That's not how I spelled it either.
That's how I spelled it.
Chantry
how you-
just sent these to me, and I stabbed at them in the dark.
Perfect. I love it.
You did a great job.
And the brunette is Aran. Aran.
Alright.
A-R-A-N.
Didn't spell that right.
So here's the thing. The reason Dove snuck off is because sitting and being quiet around a princess sounds like no fun.
Tell me about it.
Be quiet.
And Chantry has reminded me a few times that I can go do rogue stuff. And so
I
I'm
think
trying
you
to
should do
do
rogue
it.
stuff. I'm all for you doing rogue stuff, friend.
Yeah.
Now I just have to explain where you went. But
No,
if
you
you
don't.
like waited until the menagerie or that lunch,
Then I wouldn't
You
have.
can just say that she went to go prepare things.
Or we just
Yeah.
lost her, like, a kid at Toys
Or
R
just
Us.
gaslight her, be like,
No.
who are you talking about?
I don't think she's gonna notice. Is the thing.
Hey, Dominic
Most
did just
definitely
fine.
Yeah, 'cause I didn't say
Actually,
anything.
Dominic.
I just kept it very minimal. I feel like once I open my mouth, it's all over.
You're gonna have to say something in the carriage. I want to
Do
look
it.
at my
I think you'll
letter
be
so
great.
bad.
I'm just gonna look out the window, be broody, I guess.
Yeah. Rude.
Eleanor's like, my social battery is dwindling so fast.
You like just showed up.
Like,
So
what time is
funny.
it? It's only 11 a.m.
Yeah, she's like, oh, I have so much to do at the office. And now she's like having to entertain.
You know which character was made to entertain?
Nicholas.
Nicholas. But he never got to.
You did.
He entertained Gale so he could
I mean, everybody was like clapping for
be
you.
put in those interesting positions.
What class is Solana? I don't think we know that.
hear a lot about Nicholas's sex life.
Sex life? Actually, I'm keeping that close to my chest.
Interesting. Okay, what class Solana is?
But every time you cast
Oh,
a
yeah.
spell, I'm comparing it to spell lists, just so you know.
That's fair.
I know which classes have suggestion.
I didn't say I was high charisma.
I
You
know,
just
but-
assumed I was high charisma.
Yeah.
Let's see what if we can see on the game log. Or have you been rolling on your own, or have you been rolling online?
Oh,
don't
my
look.
character sheet's not even in the game because I'm keeping things secret.
Okay, good, because it would be very hard for me to not look at it if I knew it was there.
Well,
I-
that Chantry
I
was
do
like,
that.
"Do you want to put your character sheet in the D&D Beyond?" I'm like, "No, we're
No.
keeping secrets."
Train wreck.
Milo, turn
Yeah.
on your camera so we can see when you're talking.
You also have a
Oh,
very
sorry.
quiet. I feel like you're quieter than everybody
Yeah, your mic
else.
is a little quiet.
Give me a
Mumbling.
second.
Oh, that was
Oh,
better.
that's better.
Okay, yeah.
So much
Um,
better.
Yeah, it's because I have it right up to my mouth.
Yeah.
Put it on there.
Turn your camera on.
Oh.
I will say, Nicholas and Eleanor did well. They're both marrying above their station,
Yeah.
and
Eleanor just
literally,
wanted to marry for love deep down.
so did Nicholas. He just
Yeah.
scored twice, 3 times. I don't know how many times do you think
We
he
don't need
scored
to talk
today?
about how many times he's scored. Good God.
Yeah, please. We never.
I mean-
I never talk about that.
You should.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wish you
I
did.
could afford to hear
Honestly.
for more.
Nicholas is an 18-year-old kid. Nicholas is an 18-year-old kid with a super hunky fiance with strong, rough hands
Brag.
to throw him around.
Okay.
That
well,
man
Here's
has done terrible things to Nicholas.
oh my god.
Jesus.
My brain got
Terrible
hard
things.
reset. My brain got hard reset. I don't. What
Right
was
through
it?
fanfic.
Oh, well, afternoon delight.
Afternoon
The
delight,
fact that-
yes.
Afternoon delight. Ooh.
Hey, is Bridget gonna get married?
I
Is
don't.
Bridget
I don't
gonna-
want to blame my beautiful wife.
Hi,
Hello.
beautiful wife.
Hi, beautiful wife.
It's okay, we don't mind.
The 20-minute break was her fault.
That's
Not like
okay.
that.
Oh,
We
We
were
were
just
just
talking
Talking about
about
afternoon delights.
Yeah.
It's
Sarah
afternoon
got a new
somewhere.
library card and got a ton of graphic novels, so she had to show me every
She
single one of
did?
them.
Library cards are great.
We love
Sarah,
them.
show them to me. Show them to me.
No, not right now. Not right now.
No,
Oh,
she can
Pictures.
Marco
Brooklyn
Polo
says
me.
Marco Polo her your graphic novels.
I'm
She goes,
so proud of her
okay.
library card.
Okay.
So cute.
the fact that
Mhm.
Eleanor's like, yeah, we do it like when we wake up, and that's it.
I didn't
Sorry?
say
You didn't
that.
say that's it.
Sorry. How many not to even be weird. Nicholas, 18-year-old kid. How many times do you think they're doing it a day?
Probably a lot.
Oh, yeah.
Probably a crap ton.
The Chantry says 5, but I
Roll a
don't know.
d20. Roll a
Hey,
d20.
hey,
A
Chantry,
D20?
Chantry. We want you to fill out my ship in 5-minute things for Gale and Dahlia. Okay.
Please send me a message.
Sir.
Not in not the private thread, but just like a regular Discord
Yeah.
message as a reminder
Okay.
with maybe
Done.
the link.
Done.
Hello.
Milo, get closer to your mic. We can't hear you.
I said
Oh, dear.
everything's sore, but
Everything's sore?
I was gonna say, depending on Nicholas's position,
Five
it would
times a
limit
day?
how many times a day he could. Honey.
Yeah, what's the refractory period for
Show everyone your dragon kerchief.
Oh, so cute.
Him as a
Yeah.
So
nerd.
adorable.
I'll do.
We love it.
He's very fluffy
Very
and
cute.
scruffy right now.
Oh,
Justine.
He's
Where-
so cute.
where are we going?
There
To
you go,
Dove?
Dom.
We're going to Dove.
Okay, I'm gonna change the
Who's
music.
doing rogue things?
Rogue
Rogue
shit.
it
Oh,
up.
sorry, Tater. Rogue stuff.
I know, we're so bad.
Milo, were you saying
It's not
something?
even-
Is it better now? Worse?
Yeah.
That's
Okay.
good. That's
It's
great.
better.
Yeah.
I just had to
Kiss
adjust the
you.
gain on this thing.
There you go.
Of course.
Eleanor,
I
did
wanna
I
get a-
interrupt you that time? What'd you say?
Oh, it's not even that we're bad during session. It's the breaks that we're bad.
Yeah. Which is fine.
Oh, there we go. We're fine, guys.
We're fine. We talked about our
All
character
right.
sex lives. That's fine.
Yep.
Everyone does that.
You what?
Mhm.
Don't worry about it. Someone was
Eat
making
your
fun
good-
of me. And it
What's
was
on the
Seth.
menu for breakfast? It should have
There's-
been Dahlia.
I told
There's
It
I
should have
Mark
been
Paul.
Dahlia.
and I said, Chantry, I was like, if you watch the recording back, there's a split second where my face probably falters, where I'm like, don't say it. You're an adult with a job and responsibilities, and you can't just say that out loud. And I was like, I'm not. But everyone judged me. Okay, are we ready for
You
Dove?
poor thing. Oh.
I mean,
That wasn't a poor
Nicholas is the real
Oh,
winner of season 1.
It's
You.
just a statement of fact.
Oh, okay.
Okay, Dove's turn.
Okay. Welcome back. That's the shawl that Maeve had on.
This one?
Yeah, that
Yes.
one.
So,
That's like exactly what I was picturing, except hers has probably some like tassel-y, crystally tassels
Yours,
at the
Maeve.
corners.
It's just a blanket, but
We love it.
Megan's
Dove.
wearing a real shawl.
Oh,
She's got the real thing.
look at that.
It's my grandma's.
That's probably like the shawl that Dove used to have.
Yeah. Yeah.
Peasant shawl.
sterling,
shawl.
Shawl.
sterling standard issue.
Not that your grandma
Welcome to
shawl.
the service. Here's your very basic standard issue gray. Not saying yours is. I like gray a lot, and your shawl's
No,
lovely.
it's fine. It's all good.
Nice save.
I realized for a second
I
that
just like
Megan's
the
wearing this of
color.
her own accord in her real life, and I don't need to be commenting on anything.
I just meant
Say what you
color.
think. It's all good.
It's all good. Dove, you
Yeah.
totally and easily managed to slip away because no one was talking to you or at you, really, and there was a lot of trying to make things work, and so you slipped away and cast invisibility on yourself. Where did you go?
I want to snoop through Solana's things. I want to see the servants, I assume, are packing up stuff. Solana clearly has some. I hope you're okay with this, Seth. I'm so sorry.
Don't ask him.
Solana seems like she has secrets.
She's not sorry.
And, and I kind of want to. Like I let me first see what's happening with her things. I'm assuming servants are loading them up into her 3 carriages, right?
There's 3 Shadowbee carriages, and one of them is being taken up below the carriage where they have like luggage, kind of like a rack
Mhm.
thing, and then behind the carriage where they stack things and put ropes and things, maybe like an oiled, cover or something for weatherproofing. And then the entire inside of the carriage is also luggage and such. So there's one carriage out of the three that's like being used as like a transportation horse for just stuff, and then the other two carriages seem to be for the soldiers' staff entourage.
Okay. Is there anything that looks like a briefcase that might have like papers in it?
A briefcase?
Letterbox, something that like holds.
Bello Verde
information?
is not quite as advanced a society as Regencia. It's very much like Italian Renaissance vibes. So there might be some scrolls, there might be some carpet bags that are beautifully like woven and embroidered.
If I see any scrolls, I first want to go see if there's like information I can read that will give me information on Solana and her situation.
Well, the first thing you notice as you come up to these carriages that are on the other side of the Royal Court of Law, where her carriages would have come around, so just below that black chest on the map. The first thing you would have seen is, and if you look at the handout screen, you'll see a picture of this high-strung, what you can only assume based on her dress is a lady-in-waiting.
Her pizza.
Pizza's so good.
She is on the handout screen. That is Rose. It's hard to tell her age because she has this head wrap on that like covers all of her hair, and because she's got just a little bit of a plumpness to her, it's kept her skin is very smooth and porcelain. She acts like she's Maeve's age, but she looks like she's Eleanor's age, and so it's just kind of hard to tell. And she's bossing everyone around, and acting like everything is just as big a deal as everything else. The stacking of one piece of luggage on top of another that shouldn't be there is as big a stressor as the fact that Solana is literally getting into foreigners' carriages with only a birdie, who you can only assume is that servant girl, and one soldier, and she's just freaking out about it. But as you see the servants sort of rearranging and repacking and pushing in this luggage, you can definitely see sort of a crate that very much was designed for the sea voyage that they must have taken. And we'll say one of the servants sort of like accidentally like knocks against it and the lid skews and you see a bunch of scrolls inside.
I wait for them to put it down and then I'm sneaking over to it and opening it up.
I'm gonna have you roll me a percentile die to see if it gets covered by another piece of luggage or not inside the carriage.
Ten.
You're like, and then two like footman-esque servants just put this giant luggage piece on top of it.
I could use my inspiration right now.
You could, since I had you roll that percentile die instead of me, which was maybe not the smartest of me.
Nah, this is fine. Okay. I'm gonna try to wait for them to like go back and get the next things, and I'm gonna try and like shove stuff over and like see if I can get into it.
Roll me a wisdom saving throw.
Wisdom saving throw. I got a dirty 20.
Yeah, you like jump just slightly as from right behind you, you just hear, "Not there! Are you a blithering idiot?" And this woman runs past you as she must have like come up behind you without you realizing for just a moment, because she's just bouncing everywhere. Thankfully, she does not bump into you, invisible as you are. But she walks past and starts pointing and commanding those two men to move over and put some luggage underneath, and so they go around to the other side. So there is a momentary break in access to the door of this carriage.
Okay, I'm going to sneak into the carriage, and what I'm going to do, I'm going to summon my familiar inside of the... I'm going to make him... I can summon him within 30 feet of me, and I'm going to summon him inside of the box of scrolls, and I'm going to look through his eyes.
And what shape or form is this familiar taking?
A dove is probably too big, so we're going to go ladybug. We're going to go... So the familiar is the thing that we talked about that can shapeshift. And so it's going to appear as a ladybug. Brad is a ladybug inside of this thing.
Yeah, there's like a
vision.
little tiny like part where two wooden planks are a little bit like that, and you just see ladybug crawl out.
Well, I've summoned him to be inside of the thing that has the scrolls.
Right, he crawls out for a second to say hi to you.
Oh, okay. Hi, bud. You can't see me. I'm invisible. You don't know where I'm at. You probably do. We're connected by the brain. Okay.
You like go to maybe like hi pet, and he just turns around and crawls back inside.
Okay. Okay, yeah. Yeah, so I'm gonna like look through his eyes, and I telepathically like communicate and control him as I do this, and I'm going to try and read as much as I can, see what information I can get on these scrolls.
Now, the only parts of the scroll that are going to be easy enough to see are the parts that are the central part of the roll, because Brad can go through the rolls, but like to actually see anything, to be able to put anything together is going to be like nearly impossible. So the center part of the rolled scroll you'll be able to get some things for. So please roll me, let's see, roll me an investigation check for Brad's eyes and crawling.
So I got a 16, and then so it's going to be, do I use mine or do I use his when I'm looking through him and controlling him?
What are you trying to use? The investigation right now?
Yeah.
You'll have to use his investigation. But you can add your... Do you have proficiency in investigation?
I do.
Then I'll let you add your proficiency bonus to his roll.
Okay, so he has -2, but I have +4, so it ends up being an 18.
Okay. What are you looking for?
I want to know... I want to know what secrets she's hiding. I'm trying to see if she has any nefarious intentions for either the country, the Sterlings, the Shadowbees.
Is this like when you went into Dahlia's rooms and were snooping through her stuff?
Yeah, exactly.
100%.
I just like Eleanor was like, that was too easy. It's like, why is this princess trying to come into our home that easily, and why is she was too nice? I don't trust her.
Mm-hmm.
Does she have a plan that we don't know about?
Well, here's some things that you find. With an 18, right? You find what is clearly the bottom of a scroll of pedigree, basically like the official whatever she has to present as while she's here, of, you know, the official royal scroll from her father, the king, that she can use while she's here. Simple and then again not simple formalities. Another scroll, you can kind of gauge what it is. It seems to be sort of the opening speech, probably something that her herald would have presented her as. So whereas the other one's more of a legal pedigree chart, this one seems to be more of like a presenting Her Royal Highness, blah blah blah. There's mention of the royal shadow bees on that one, and specifically Alistair's name. You can kind of get the last a little bit. You don't know if this is referring to the King Alistair the 12th or His Royal Highness the Crown Prince Alistair the 13th, but you can get Alistair in there. You find one scroll that doesn't have anything written in it, but it does on the outside of the scroll have a big, blobby, fancy wax seal on it of a very complex coat of arms that you don't recognize. Let's see.
I'm also curious, like, about connections to. When you told us about like saffron, is that how you say that?
Uh-huh.
Was that information relayed to me just now, or was that? Did we like discuss that information?
Would Bridget and Eleanor have shared some of that, or?
I just
didn't
don't know if
really
they'd
have
have had time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then I'm gonna look and see if
Eleanor
there's
was like, "Tell
anything.
me," and
I'm gonna see if there's anything with connection to Parag, and like Dominic's visions and things. It's too coincidental.
Okay. You, Brad, through your support, doesn't find anything that speaks of horned barbarians and distant barbaric lands or horrific threats. You don't find anything like that. You do. I will say the last thing you can get through Brad and this crate is that you get sort of a sense like there's been some letters in there, but instead of being folded all fancy in an envelope style like Regencia has, they still kind of use more of like a scroll vibe in Belloverde. And you get a little bit of what you can only assume is Solana's tone and self in how the letters are worded, and you don't always like it.
He's sassy.
Yeah, there's some sass, there's some severity, there's some of it sounds like complete will do anything loyalty to her father, but then there's some others that give off a vibe that there's some like ill feelings, like some grudges maybe that. And that's it.
Hey. All right, I'm gonna take Brad out. He also can turn invisible, so that's not a problem.
Roll me a perception check.
A 13.
Okay, that's just high enough where you notice you hear someone's voice as you're like glassy-eyed looking through Brad. They say, "Close it up."
I jump out.
So I'm going to have you roll a dexterity saving throw to try to jump out of the carriage before the doors are slammed shut. And you get
11.
Okay, I'm going to roll against you.
Okay.
I rolled a 9. You like just managed to like literally dive roll out as the door slams shut. on the carriage.
Okay, good, because I'm out of spells. I couldn't have missed you. Stepped out. Okay, I'm going to slip a spider in somebody's pocket, and just whoever's nearest, and then I'm going to. I would really love to see if there's secrets in the where the coins, the Royal Court of Law, if I have time. But if I don't, we don't have to do that.
Can you be more specific about what that means?
I don't know. I just wanted to go do rogue stuff. What I want to do. I don't know. I don't know what I want to do.
You like think about, you're like, oh, I'm right here. That would be so thrilling. And then you remember the Professor McGonagall lady and remember that you've never infiltrated the Royal Court of Law. You've never tried. So that's appealing, but also there has to be so many charms and protections and like that's like going and like trying to rob a police station. It's like if you get caught.
Okay, so I think I am going to send Brad to Berrig with a message. That's the last thing I want to do.
Okay.
He's going to turn into his morning dove form. I'm going to go like where I got invisibility for an hour. I don't want to waste it. I'm going to stay invisible, but I'm going to go somewhere else. I'm going to pop Brad into morning dove form, and I'm going to have him. I'm going to take out a little piece of paper. I'm going to write a note, and I wrote it down. What I was going to say. Assuming I haven't talked to him at all since in the last 3 days, I'm going to say, next time, insist harder on leaving your jacket. It was really cold that morning. Just kidding. I would like to talk. And then put a little dove, like a bird print on it, and have Brad carry it to Berrig.
You're like, just find him.
Just go find him. He's probably in his hidey hole in the, I don't know. Go find him.
And what I love is that Dove knows full well that you both are like, it's debatable who's more stubborn between you and Berrig. And so just like casually being like, next time try harder, you're like, Drunk Dove was like the most unmovable, impossible. Yep. Which is just so great.
Yeah.
Brad sits there with the little note clutched in his beak, and just, you're like, okay, go find him. And he doesn't move. And you like look at him, and you look down, and you just see one of his little bird feet.
What do you...
Outstretched, just waiting.
I put another spider. I guess I just have spiders in my pockets. I put a spider in his hand. Is that what you eat? Are you hungry?
Drops the letter.
I pick up the letter. I dust it off. Okay, you goober. And I'm going to give him a little kiss on the forehead. A little bird forehead.
He does like the little turtle dove, like...
You're so cute. Bye. Okay, I guess I'm walking.
Yeah. You walk out of this like side of the street, and there's just like some random kid that clearly just saw a dove appear out of thin air and fly off, and is just kind of staring at the spot that you were. Like,
I'm gonna get behind him. I'm gonna whisper in his ear. I'm gonna say, what should I say? I think I'm just gonna say run in his ear.
That's terrifying.
And
Roll me an
then
intimidation check, please.
Okay. Yep. That's a 19, so if that's 25 total.
Just screams and tears off down just away from your voice, which is towards where the dove was, and which ends up being a dead end, and then gets to the dead end, but doesn't process it because he's so little until he's like right in front of it, and then just screams again.
Cool. Great. I love that. Okay, I'm gonna ask on the Whispering Stones where they are and then walk that way. And I guess that's it.
Yeah, everyone's taken off at like full speed in carriages and horses, different places, and Dove, the halfling, is invisibly just
Walking. I think I'm gonna poke people as I pass, and I'm just gonna have fun with this invisibility while it's on.
It sounds like the stress of like the most prestigious thing that the Sterling family have ever hosted has had the effect of Dove being like, I'ma just be out in the streets and avoiding. Oh, it's so
Yep.
good. Oh,
Yep.
man. So Dove, so all of you, I'm gonna say Dominic and Solana were in the primary Sterling carriage together. Would Eleanor and Bridget have gotten in that one as well? It might be a little
Eleanor
crowded
nodded-
with Solana's skirts and dress.
I think. Oh, you go.
I was gonna say Eleanor would have, because it's probably not proper for the two of them to just be on their own. And we're trying to avoid any scandal more than we already make for ourselves. So Eleanor would have sent a message prior to getting in, but she would have... Is this? Sorry.
Also, there
So,
has to be room for Aaron. Is that what you said?
Oh yeah.
Okay, Aaron, because he's not going to allow her to get into the carriage with some strange dude.
Okay. If it's between he and I will let him go. Because he'll act enough as chaperone. And I'll just give Dominic a look like, ooh, sorry.
So Eleanor and Bridget are going to take the second carriage together, I'm assuming.
There's not enough room.
Yeah, there's not. It's already like almost too much, but what can you do? So we'll first be in the Royal Solana carriage with Aaron and Dominic. Dominic, you feel your Rocky Talkie buzz in your very fancy coat pocket, and you hear a very soft voice of Dove coming through.
Where are you guys headed?
And I'll answer.
Dominic,
are
are you talking? If you're talking, we can't hear you.
Yeah, he'll pick it up and say
Sorry, Eleanor.
No, I'm just...
what's wrong? Wait, where are you? Wait.
You guys left me behind. The carriages ran off without me.
Insight check.
Why are you
Insight versus gaslight.
You can answer too. Oh, because he's in front of the princess.
That was a quote.
What was it?
He said insight. Insight versus gaslight.
Yeah.
Roll gaslighting.
I'm doing it digital.
That's so great.
15.
We both got 15s. It looks like.
Well,
Ooh.
Solana got a 26. Because she can hear everything, because they're in a very small carriage.
Well, you wouldn't roll me perception to see if you can hear the rock, because it is supposed to only be if you hold it up to your ear.
24.
Well, she's an elf and her ears are very pointy, and Dominic maybe isn't being very quiet, so
No.
Solana will just kind of. She's gaslighting you, my friend. She obviously left.
Who is that?
Eleanor, you can pick up if you'd like. You are in
Yeah,
the carriage
I
with
tried
Bridget.
to, but everyone told me to be quiet. Eleanor goes, Dominic, put down the stone.
Yeah, I
Um,
think Dominic gets a little bit sad. You know, that's kind of happening, and yeah, he'll just throw out his like sending stone outside. He'll like open the window and just toss it.
Oh, that's a bit of an overreaction, but okay.
I mean, it's one of those, flick the stone off, and then,
Eleanor, Bridget, roll me a perception check.
Okay.
not fantastic.
19.
17.
I'll say Bridget, who is desperately trying to just find a little bit of centeredness as she stares out the window and can see the divine estate in the distance as the carriage trundles off. Here's like a clatter, and you just see a ruined stone tumbling on the pavement as you trundle past.
That looked an awful lot like that out the window.
I peek my head out. I'm sure.
Yeah, Eleanor, you look out as you guys are like moving away. You just see it like.
And I mage hand it back into here. I
Dominic,
hand
where
it
you
to
going?
Bridget. I hand it to Bridget. Go. You hold on to this.
Roll
Where
me
you
a
guys headed?
dexterity saving throw, or an arcana, so you can bumpy carriage grab this stone.
Come on. You got this.
Expensive piece of magic.
Yep.
Yeah, these things were a fortune.
I bet.
It's the second one that's been thrown out a window.
What'd you get?
it runs
you
in the
get?
family.
Did
You have an
not grab
inspiration
it?
for doing the music.
What?
Did you roll? He
Yeah,
said
you-
to roll.
I forgot
for
to give you
mage
your
hand.
inspiration
Oh,
for doing the
mage hand,
music,
get
but
it.
you get an inspiration every time for doing the music.
Oh, okay. What am I rolling for? I'm sorry. I thought you were talking to someone else.
Oh no!
I'm
I said
sorry. I
roll a
wasn't ignoring you.
roll a
Sleight of hand.
sleight of
Dexterity
hand
check.
Your arcana.
or an
Or
arcana
arcana.
to grab the stone with your mage hand.
Okay.
Guessing Arcana.
A
is what's
16.
happening.
Yeah, okay.
A 16.
You just like freaking
I rolled a 3 on the die.
Yeah.
holy crap!
13. Dang.
Yeah, I have
High
expertise with Arcana.
Yeah, you collect
Wow.
the stone mid trundle, and just have it swoosh into the carriage. Solana, you see this dashing Lord Dominic sort of just take
Oh,
in what
yeah.
you said and then just toss his stone out the window.
Yeah.
Dominic,
I'm
where you
sorry.
headed? Dominic, where you headed? Dominic.
Are you?
Dove. Hello.
Yeah. Hi, Eleanor. Hello.
He threw his stone out the carriage window.
What? Why?
What? Are you thinking that I actually know why Dominic would do something?
Dove, you don't know if they're all in the carriage together. You don't know what's happening.
Okay, I just
Anyway,
need to know where to go.
we are going to lunch at, I'm going to name a real fancy restaurant over near the
Ooh,
menagerie.
give me a fancy restaurant name.
I will do that.
Yeah.
Don't
Get
say
away.
Olive Garden.
Um,
Olive Garden is very fancy.
Garden of Olives.
Le
So
Jardin des Olives. I don't know what olives are.
Where
Croissant.
what
The
area?
Authentic
Let's say you're
What
going
are-
to
Les
let's say you're going
Poissons.
to Quaint Street, number
Poissons.
13, and if you hover over that, there's a beautiful image of what Quaint
The
Street looks
sacred
like.
loot.
Le
Wait.
Poisson.
I
Le
would-
Poisson.
Les poissons,
Allez,
les
do
poissons, les poissons de
Quaint Street?
Hong.
Um it oh my gosh. Okay, Quaint Street. Oh my gosh.
My friends from Quebec are gonna kill me when they see this.
How about the Jade Window?
Ooh.
Good one. Much better than Les Poissons.
Les poissons, les poissons.
The Jade Window, a very fancy have to get reservations for restaurant.
Unless you're the Sterling.
Wow, thanks, Chantry. Can I do something while we are in the carriage, please?
Yeah.
Okay, first,
Street
I
foot.
need to send a message to Dahlia that I am showing up at the menagerie with the princess.
Oh, fair. Are you guys still in this rock conversation though?
No,
She told
I
me
just-
where, and I'm gonna go.
I told her where. I've now put the stone away because I got other.
You put the extra stone away too.
No, I give it to Bridget and say, "Hold on to this."
Um,
Someone earns it back.
Dominic will say, apologies, princess. Sorry you had to hear that.
Is that par for the course with your little friend? Lies and half truths?
To be honest, I don't know.
I'm sorry to hear that. May I ask you a personal question, Lord Dominic?
Of course.
How did you lose it? Your arm.
Well, it wasn't my entire arm and just a hand.
She doesn't bat an eyelash, she doesn't blink, she doesn't freak out. Well, I'm very sorry. Bellavere does have some wonderful artificers. If you like, I might be able to pull some strings.
I think this would be a good reminder. I don't know. I thought about going to the Vein Forges to see if I can get some help, and it doesn't feel right. You know, just it reminds me of what I had to sacrifice to get where I am today. So.
Well, whenever you're ready to unburden yourself with that giant chip on your shoulder, I would be more than happy to help you move on.
What kind of vibe is
can't live in the
Solana
past.
giving off right now?
She's giving off sort of a genuine vibe. Maybe too genuine. Like she's known many people who have been in similar situations, who have blamed themselves for stupid mistakes and held on to them for too long, or lost their appendage in the heat of war. And she doesn't want to see another soul lose themselves to this.
I appreciate it. I'll keep that in mind. Truly.
And she'll slowly turn her head to the window and say, "You can't punish yourself forever, Lord Dominic. You have to forgive yourself at some point. and she'll just go back to staring at the streets.
Dominic, it's
Dominic.
hard to not, because you're on the same side of the carriage as Aaron, and before you is this elven princess whose skirts are taking up, the beautiful skirts are like taking up the whole environment. Her golden hair is just spilling around her. As she turns her head and it's pulled to one side, she's got her just like very fair elven ears and long neck, and you're just struck by like, this has to be like the most beautiful woman you've ever seen, maybe, or one of them.
Yeah. And she's really nice too. I think that's like what Dominic is like really thinking and stuff like that.
She's like as beautiful as you thought Sindara was, but like without snake in the Garden of Eden sort of vibe that Sindara has.
Without the crazy.
Without the crazy, the cruelness, vibes that she would give off. But yeah. I mean, she's like extremely nice, like beautiful on the outside, beautiful on the inside, kind of thing.
Like a dove. Go through my stuff.
Okay. So, Aaron, this gentleman that looks like he could be Dominic's cousin in some way, sort of just kind of in a low, introverted but confident voice just sort of says, "What sort of business does your family engage in, your lordship?"
Banking and mines. We have a wide assortment of gems and different varieties. My cousin can tell you all about it. She knows much more than I.
And yet you are
but,
not royalty. In
no.
Bellaverde, the king is what you might consider the reigning banker of the entire kingdom. And to be beladen with jewels surely denotes rank of majesty and royalty. Or is Regencia so swimming and drowning in its riches that everyone has stashes of gemstones within their reach?
Only those who work hard for it. I would say. But by the way, I feel like I've seen you somewhere before. Do you happen to know, no, that couldn't be. Do you mind if I ask your age? What was it? What was your name again?
My name is Aaron.
Aaron. Wonderful name. How? Do you mind if I ask your age?
I am 36.
36. Okay. Okay, so that couldn't have been a possibility then. I think. Okay. Sorry, I was just thinking of my uncle.
I have never stepped foot on Regencian shores before. 3 days
but
past.
He's No, I was just wondering, because my uncle, he was quite the traveler. I was just wondering,
And your uncle's name?
Oliver.
Do
Wait,
you
don't
the
mean
same surname?
you don't mean the Oliver Sterling, do you?
I mean, I don't think Sterling is that quite common of a surname.
No, and that man is not common in any means of the word.
He taught me everything I knew.
Well, here
Gross.
is here is hoping, young Dominic, that you can actually pull it off in practice.
Aaron sort of shuts down a little bit more again into a respectful silence and simply just says, "Apologies, Your Highness, for taking up so much time."
Please, Aaron, you are my right hand until Charlotte gets back. My time is your time. Speak to whomever you'd like. I do not mind.
Dominic, roll
Insight
me
check.
or a perception.
I want to know if Aaron has the hots for Solana.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mm.
But yeah.
Who in the carriage doesn't?
Nat 1. All right, never mind. Oblivious. All right. For
You're
Feels
pretty
all right.
convinced that this Aaron dude, who looks like he could be an alternate dimension you,
yeah.
is full on trying to step on whatever this could be with this foreign princess.
Okay.
Also, you notice when she says, like, my time is your time, speak to whomever you like, his eyebrows scrunch just slightly in slight confusion.
Yeah. Let's see. I mean, Dominic has learned from like jealousy in the past and how it's made like Dove frustrated, I think. Especially when she said like leave Bernard alone and stuff like that. And so like I think he's not going to like overreact. He's gonna just he's just gonna control his temper and I guess jealousy and stuff like that. So just
I will say
using-
with your nat 1, Dominic gets a little flushed in the cheeks, which Solana can take note of.
Yeah. That's fine. And then as far as the perception, what was the perception about?
Oh,
Was
the
it just-
eyebrows. His
Oh, the
slight look of confusion when she says, my time is your time, you can speak to whomever you like.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. All right. Do I still roll for that perception or no?
No,
Or-
I mean, you're... well, not now, since I gave it to
All right.
you just saw it.
Okay. All right. Let's see. And then Dominic's going to say, tell me, Your Highness, do you, you were going to be, from what I've heard, you were going to be, wed, here in, Regencia, is that correct? Or
Yes, that is correct.
I see. And
I was to wed the crown prince.
was it arranged or?
Well, yes. I've never been to Regencia before.
Hmm.
And Solana, as far as you know, the entire royal family is dead.
Well, I was to marry until apparently you and your family stepped in.
Yes. Um, it had to be done.
I can only assume. I will not hold it against you or your family, but I have heard some unsavory rumors about your brother, calling him quite the Reaper.
I would never call him that.
From what I've heard, the majority of the deaths that day were on his hands, were they not?
But he saved my life, so I owe it to him. Others might call him that, but he was my savior.
Where is he nowadays? I thought last I heard he was the Viscount.
He he's up north. He no longer lives with us, and yeah, I kind of miss him sometimes.
Have you tried telling him that?
He's 18. When a young man, you know, never mind.
Yes.
You
Never
hear
mind.
Aaron just very quietly, like,
Well,
Yeah,
I also heard he's quite the musician, so
the
I
best.
do hope to meet him one day.
I'm sure you'll I'm sure you two will just get along just fine. And what have you? What about your family? How many siblings do you have? Or
I had 4 other siblings. My eldest brother was killed in battle. My 2 eldest sisters died to disease. And my elder brother, who would have been right just a few years older than I am, um, died in the womb.
my condolences. Truly.
Thank you. It has been hard shouldering all of your family's expectations. But
Oh,
I assume you know that as well.
yeah. It's like everything I don't know. I feel like it's everything I tried to do. I always end up making things worse, and um, it's not only affected, you know, myself and my family, but all my close relationships. So it's tough. Not everybody can relate, I guess. So, and when you try to reach out, sometimes it's seen as weakness, and you know, not everyone's willing to reach out back. So, but who am I to talk about reaching out and you know, kind of joke and just like gesture his like, you know.
Well, at least you can laugh about it.
I've tried. I've learned a few couple tricks to bring me back up when times are rough. But one thing I learned is that you know, just because you can carry, you know, the weight of everyday tasks doesn't mean it's not heavy. So I hope that you know, whatever misfortunes or burdens or troubles that, you know, you have to carry are lightened one day, and I think you deserve it, and that's just from, you know, me just from knowing you for a couple seconds.
You are too kind, Lord Dominic. But I do appreciate you and your family getting me out of that dreadful place. cooped up on the boat for 3 weeks, and then cooped up in there for 3 days. I was going a little stir crazy. Rose, my lady in waiting, was very much in my face about everything.
Yeah, I know a little bit about that. Just people getting in your face. Just not reading the room or like your emotions and stuff, or making holes in the walls. So.
Dominic, roll me another perception check.
22.
You notice as your conversation goes on that Aaron is getting more and more. He looks more and more consternated, sort of a little confused, a little uncomfortable, and keeps throwing quick, shifty eyes at the princess, and then keeps trying to just sort of like recenter himself and continue looking out the window and trying not to be there. But he's looking more and more.
Are we in their carriage or my carriage?
Your carriage.
Okay, I'm gonna ask the carriage to stop.
Okay,
As like
it does. Yeah.
And then I would ask Orin to step outside real quick.
Okay, Eleanor, Bridget, you guys feel the carriage stop.
Did we stop? What's...
Eleanor, you're
I
silent.
can't
We
hear you.
I know. I kind of like poke my head out, like, why are we stopping?
You see Aaron, the princess's guard, step out of the carriage ahead of you.
Okay. I'll like close the door, but keep a hand on the handlebar of the carriage, just in case like something happens and it drives off. I don't know why, but I'm a little bit paranoid right now. And then Dominic's going to say, what's going on?
Open the door.
Yeah.
I like open the door and like stick my head out, like, Dominic, what is the problem?
One moment.
You go over to his carriage.
No, I kind of just like peek my head out and like call out to him.
Okay, and you just see Aaron with his hands sort of like behind his back in a casual, like deferring way, just sort of sees you, takes a step back so that he's sort of like, don't let me get in the way of... Dominic, you guys would have curtains on your covered carriages, but they wouldn't have been drawn necessarily, but you can draw them if you'd like.
Yeah, why not? Yeah.
You can still hear Eleanor, though.
Okay, that's fine.
Also, Solana, what do you do when Dominic sends your guard out and then closes the blinds?
Wait, is Dominic in the carriage with me? Oh,
Right?
No, I'm about to head out.
Oh,
with Aaron.
oh God.
Oh, I thought
Like,
you were
there's
staying
about to be an
in the
international
carriage.
scene.
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay, so you
Sorry.
step out with Aaron, and
Yeah.
you close. Do you say anything to the princess?
One moment, princess. I'm going to talk with Aaron. I think there might be a little bit of an issue. Nothing major. Just wanted to.
Of course.
And I'm going to step outside and talk to Aaron real quick.
Do you close the door of the carriage?
Yeah.
Okay. First,
And then
I want
Yeah.
Solana. I want you to roll me an insight check.
Yeah.
And then, first do that.
That's going to be a 19.
Okay. I'm going to send you a message of what your insight check is telling you here.
Something's going on with R, and I feel like he's gonna or something. I don't know. But
He's
something
gonna
isn't right.
Hulk out.
I don't know.
He's got.
But he has pretty green eyes.
I know. I'm devastated. But something doesn't seem
I don't
right.
think Eleanor and I closed our carriage door. I think we're still watching. I'm
Yeah,
still watching.
Eleanor's like
completely fine.
standing on the like step up to the carriage, like holding onto the edge, like.
And I won't keep
I'm,
you like
like,
hanging
peeking my
there
head
in
out.
time. We'll just like say it's like happening quickly, but this is what Solana gets real quick as Aaron and Dominic leave.
So as Dominic goes to shut the door, she will put her hand out and she will look at Lord Dominic. I'm sorry. I will handle the help. Please step inside for me.
Oh, it's not
And
about it's not about the help.
It is. He has stepped out of place and clearly needs to be reminded of where he belongs.
At this
Is that
moment,
right?
Dominic, you're like talking to Solana and you hear from the side Eleanor's voice saying, "What? What did you say?"
Like, Dominic, what are you doing? What's happening?
Something doesn't seem right. Sorry.
And she will get out of the carriage and she will look at Aaron and say, "Are you a fool? I
Yeah,
need allies in this foreign country. I am sorry, Lord Dominic. I have been kind. I have been patient. I have not been 100% myself. And you need to work on your poker face, Aaron. Charlotte would not stand for this. Do you understand me?
Dominic's
Or
dreams
should I
kind of
have you
like
demoted?
little tiny dreams.
Should I have you demoted and have Caden brought up in your place?"
Aaron's back straightens and his shoulders go back a little bit and his head goes down and you see his eyes just kind of go guarded, like a wall goes up, and he just sort of goes back to straight soldier mode, sort of, and just says, "I'm sorry for offending your highness. I will do better."
Make sure you do. We are going to need to make allies here and quickly, or God knows what will happen to me. Do you understand?
He kind of just does like a slightly embarrassed, not like ashamed, but like a slightly like, this is a little embarrassing, we're in the middle of the street, glance at Dominic and Eleanor, who's kind of hanging off her carriage a little bit, and he just says, and Bridget, who's like,
And Bridget's leaning her head out. She's nosy as hell. Heck.
And he just says, "Of course, apologies, Your Highness."
Good. Now your hand, and she will hold out her hand as she steps into the carriage. Good boy.
So now it's just Dominic standing outside of his carriage and Eleanor half standing, half hanging outside of her
Eleanor just
carriage for a
goes-
second.
Dominic's just like,
She gives him like a face and then gets back in the carriage.
Alana looks like she never moved. She's got her hair off to one side and her dress laid out, looking out the window.
Dominic just has like the what do you call it? The Midwestern fake, like the Midwestern fake smile. So just like,
You started this.
I I thought he was like gonna like be possessed or like just lunge. Like he was like
crushing on the princess.
They can totally hear you, Dominic. You're right outside the carriage door.
Yeah. Yep.
Eleanor's like back inside.
Bridget
I rolled a 1. Okay.
and Dominic says, because Eleanor just is like gets back inside. Roll me perception checks.
18.
Nat 20.
Bridget, momentarily as you move aside for Eleanor to get back in, Dominic, you see as Eleanor moves, you see behind the carriages at about 100 feet away, you see a red-haired, beautiful halfling come around a corner from between some houses. Dove, you were able to catch up simply because you're on foot and you're able to take a lot of through paths that the carriages couldn't. And because they stopped for things, you and Dominic sort of make eyes from like 100 feet away as you're like come upon the carriages.
Found you guys.
Mm-hmm.
I just point of order. Eleanor wanted to do something a little bit ago, and I don't.
Right,
think
which
she's
we will
gonna
have
get
time
to
as the carriages continue to go. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
This is
We
sort
had
of this
all
sort of
that time,
happened
though.
not
Come on.
too not this sort of happened fairly quickly, like just long enough for the
I don't
conversations
know.
to be going.
They talked for a long
It
time.
was a long conversation. I'll just hop in the carriage, in Eleanor's carriage. Ladies. I don't know.
Well, do the carriages wait? Dominic, do you say anything?
No, I just go back inside. Yeah.
So you don't let Dove catch up to us.
No, I mean like I just
She's
tell him,
far
like,
enough away and it's during the day, so like it's not like the carriage drivers are gonna see her necessarily
Well-
and know.
So Dominic will just say like wait just like a few moments and then we'll get going. But yeah, he'll go inside. Not really.
Dove, the
wait.
carriages pick up right as you like open the door to
Well,
Eleanor's
I jump inside. Sup, homies?
At this point, Eleanor, you were just about to be like, what are we waiting for?
Yeah. And Dove gets in. And Eleanor's like, you.
It's just
Shall I
us
not-
three in the carriage, right? I didn't trust the princess. I wanted to do some recon.
Dove didn't trust someone that we just met.
Yeah.
You
She
don't
knew too much
know
about
how
it.
yet.
Have you
That's
snooped
where
in
we
my
ended up.
things?
No.
Insight check.
I was going to say, she hasn't had time, but it's been 3 days.
It's
Been 3 days. She for sure has at least tried.
It has been 3 days, yes.
Yeah.
What'd you roll? Here's my deception is a 14.
19.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah. No.
everyone's got dumbstone.
Dove pauses
Eleanor
for like
just
half a
like rubs
second
her
too
face.
long and is like, no.
No.
I would ask you to not touch my things, Miss Brattle.
Dove, we've talked about this.
Eleanor, you're not at the house anymore. I don't have my
You don't have your
compass with me anymore.
I think that compass may have been broken even with me there. Like a magnet next to it. Broken.
Okay. Yeah. Well, anyway, the
Yes.
princess is a jerk,
You-
so I don't know.
Alright.
All right.
I have so many things that need done
Go
on
for
this
it.
carriage ride. Can I please do them? Thank you. And I send my message to Dahlia, which I would have done while
Okay, we can say
princess
that happened before. What does the message say?
Okay. It says
SOS.
darling, can't explain. We got the princess of Belloverde with us, taking her to lunch, then to the menagerie. Prepare the VIP treatment. Love.
Love.
Yeah, so that is the message that Eleanor sends
And she
to
can
Dahlia.
respond, right?
You can respond for 25 words.
And you said, what did you call her? You said dear or darling, or what did you say?
Darling.
Darling.
She responds back with, darling. I don't know if I'll be able to allow you to have days off from helping me if this is what it means. Love you.
Kiss, kiss.
Fair. That's fair.
Eleanor's like, all right. And then she opens her letters.
Have to get to those next week.
Well, no.
No, I will.
That would be
I will.
that would
The
be
meanest
so awful.
I've sat here so patiently for my letters.
So I'm gonna say that the letters are happening after the carriage stuff happened, like the stopping the carriage and Dove's here, because as Eleanor is like, silence, please, it's just Dove and Bridget sitting directly across from each other right after this simple back and forth where they both know that Bridget knows that Dove went through her things, and now there's just a silent as Dove's legs are hanging.
Kicking. Just
Kicking.
swinging.
Silence. Sweet silence.
Now, Eleanor, can you please, for everyone's sake, you sent a letter during the 3 days
Would you like
to...
me to read it?
Yes, please. Eleanor received a letter.
Okay.
Why don't you tell them what you got in the mail, and then read us
Okay.
your response, and then I have a letter response for you.
Okay, I can only imagine what that response is going to be. Eleanor received a note from a rival mining company by the name of Crystal Foundations, accusing Eleanor of using magic to destabilize their minds. That was essentially it. And this is the letter that she sent to Crystal Foundations for their board, because I'm assuming they had a board. I don't know why.
Within 10 minutes, I get a message back from M of this like super righteously angry professional letter, like she's like, that's what I sent back.
With the Obama mic drop.
Yeah, with a
Question
with a
above table. Did you use magic to
Yeah, I
destabilize
was
the
getting
mind?
that too.
Eleanor?
Did you?
Like
Did you use magic to destabilize the
Oh.
minds?
No,
Eleanor would
Okay.
never.
Eleanor didn't. No,
Good
there may be
job.
someone else, but it wasn't her.
I don't have that.
Anyway.
powerful magic.
To the
Okay.
esteemed board of Crystal Foundations, it is my hope that this letter finds you in good health, though I am concerned by news of the troubles that your company and mines have faced of late. Allow me to extend my sincerest sympathies for the hardships that you are enduring. The well-being and prosperity of Regencia's mining enterprises are matters close to my heart, and I share your concerns for the safety and success of those who work tirelessly in the pursuit of progress. I must, however, address the allegations of interference from Sterling Mines. You have my assurance that neither I nor any representative of my family's company have engaged in any actions, magical or otherwise, that could compromise the operations of Crystal Foundations. Sterling Mines has always sought to uphold the highest standards of integrity and fairness, and I would never condone practices that could harm another enterprise, let alone one as respected as Crystal Foundation's. That said, I do not dismiss the gravity of the situation you describe. As both a steward of my family's mines and someone with a deep understanding of the interplay between magic and natural forces, I would be more than willing to lend my expertise in investigating the matter. While unsubstantiated accusations can lead to unnecessary discord, collaboration and transparency are far more effective tools for resolving such concerns. If you would find it agreeable, I am prepared to dispatch an independent team of experts, or join you myself, to evaluate the state of your minds and assess whether any magical or natural disturbances could be at play. Such an approach might not only identify the root of the problem, but also help prevent further issues in the future. Please do not hesitate to reach out with further details or to arrange a meeting at your earliest convenience. I hold the successes of all mining companies as a shared pursuit, and I remain hopeful that this matter can be resolved swiftly and to the benefit of all parties involved. Respectfully, Viscountess Eleanor Sterling of Sterling Mines.
Yeah, I feel like Eleanor is like me in real life in the sense that she's like, I will hit every single point and leave you zero cracks to...
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So, Eleanor, you open your first letter, and it is a letter in response. At least you assume it is, because it has the Crystal Foundation's business seal on it. And I'm sending that to you through your private channel on Discord. And would you like to read that?
Sure.
Okay.
To Lady Eleanor Sterling. No, I'm just
To
Lady Eleanor
Sterling.
Sterling. To Lady Eleanor Sterling. Your words are eloquent, as expected from one of Regencia's rising elite. However, assurances and sympathies do little to mend collapsed tunnels and lost livelihoods. Reports from our foreman suggest unnatural forces at work, forces that have only plagued our mines since Sterling operations expanded northward. Coincidence? Perhaps, but our investors are less inclined towards faith than they are toward action. If you truly wish to prove your integrity, then we invite you to visit the affected sites yourself. Bring whatever experts you see fit. We shall do the same. Let the evidence, or lack thereof, speak for itself. Fail to answer this call for transparency, and we will have no choice but to take the matter before the royal courts of law. We wait your response. Jothan Merrick, chairman of Crystal Foundations. Oh, suck my pretty
Suck
ring
your
on my
tongue
finger.
Nope.
So,
Ew.
give us what
What a
Eleanor's reaction feelings are right now. I mean, we know what your feelings are, but we know what M's feelings are.
I think Eleanor's like personal name and like her reputation are at is being questioned right now, you know, and so she is mad about it because like she always tries to stay like above board. There are many times when like the family could take steps that could be kind of like shady, but she has always been like, no, we will conduct ourselves like the highest I can't think of words right now
Of highest repute.
Yeah, so like this is
an attack.
This is an attack, and the response was like, eh. That's literally what that response was. It was a big old like, we said, Eleanor said,
I'm a little baby.
I'm a little baby. You know. So she's definitely like, like maybe like out loud is like reading this like oh my God. It looks like genuinely like irritated and frustrated.
I think there's a vein bulging on the side of her.
There might be a vein. All that like all those carefully like chipped at bricks and of Eleanor's like stress level just went straight back up.
I don't even know why Nicholas got so upset over things. It's so much fun.
What is Dove and Bridget doing while Eleanor silently starts just like seething while she's reading her letter?
They were having a stare down for a little while, but I think the energy. I think Bridget can sense that cleric's not.
Oh, yeah.
And just kind of was like,
Eleanor, are you okay?
"You good?"
They have the nerve. The nerve. She's waving the letter. It's not even a long letter. I don't even think Jothan wrote this.
Jothan.
I think his secretary wrote it.
Who's Jothan?
Like, doesn't even have the nerve to respond back to me. He never had any tact, any respect for other businesses. With it, the competition, you have to treat them with a certain level of respect in order to get respect in return. That's why no one buys from Crystal Foundations anymore. They're on their way out. This is just their way of trying to take us down with them.
Have you met this Jothan before?
Yes, of course!
Is he... This is going to be a weird question. Is he a halfling?
Is Jothan a halfling?
I want to
You've
say
never
yes,
met
so
him
bad.
before.
Just corresponded.
But Eleanor's like,
Well,
of course I have. I would never have not met with competing companies.
I would totally have done that.
Okay, never mind. Yeah, you're right, Eleanor. Get him.
Thank you. Of course I'm right.
Uh,
All right,
Of course.
It's fine. I just need to add that to the list of other things that I need to do. Where are DM Crystal Foundation's like headquarters, or their sites? Sorry,
Their
are they back
sites?
toward- Yeah, because they said we invite you to visit the affected sites, not their like headquarters.
Yeah, you can assume that this one they're talking about is north of Sterling Lands, as they said, expanded northwards, and that's been a problem. You would have to check your notes and your documents to see exactly where, because like Eleanor has such detailed maps and paperwork and the business license and the information and people's names and you'd be like, you're like, I know of them and I know enough. If I came upon someone in the business district, I could like make a conversation, but you're like, I have to check my notes for this obnoxiously much smaller gem mine thing. Even though they have more sites than you guys, they're like not as reputable.
They're so tiny.
They're jealous.
I'm jealous.
Just trying to make
Compensating.
stuff up to make us look bad.
Yeah.
Smear
Oh,
You
I
know-
was like righteously angry.
Buy them out. That way they can't complain.
Oh, I'm going to.
It reminds me of when Emma Parsons made up all those lies about me to try to get me kicked out.
Yeah, lies.
To get
You're not
myself
here.
ahead.
Yeah, lies.
Right.
She's
my other
Nicholas
notice
is just like, I think Nicholas, someone still has the Rocky Talkie in their hand, and Nicholas like, yeah, lies.
What the?
What? How many of these are there?
5? 4?
5.
4 or 5, I can't remember. 5.
5. One of them,
I remember
Who has
everything.
the other 2?
Nicholas.
Nicholas has one. Dominic has one that you're now holding.
Well,
Of
right.
And then did Uncle
assume-
Sterling leave, or did?
He must have. Yeah,
He
I
took
think he
his
took his.
love
Oh,
table.
yeah, okay,
He might be
then
able to hear everything.
our far-off uncle is hearing all of our conversations and probably like, I'm glad I got out of it when I did.
Didn't
Oliver laying on a beach listening to the insanity.
Being
Did-
fed grapes by the most attractive men and women that you've ever seen.
Didn't Mother also had one?
No,
Right.
she had Nicholas's for a while.
Oh,
Nick-
okay.
'Cause she
Nicholas,
took it off
did you
of
get one
Dahlia.
for Gail? Somebody got an extra one, right?
Nicholas got one that directly is for him and Gail, no one else.
Yeah. Okay.
I've been
And no one
meaning
wants
to
to be
do
involved
that,
in
but I
that
just keep-
conversation.
Because couples should have private
no.
conversations.
I was gonna say, how many times is like they started to like do dirty talk, and it's like wrong stone,
Wrong one, wrong one, wrong one.
Move
At least
the
once a week.
stone.
wrong stone, wrong stone. Anyway,
Anyway,
Probably
Oh,
a
there's
dozen
okay.
times. in
So
3
yeah,
weeks.
Bridget, right after you can tell that Dove lied to you about going through your things, she adds to the conversation. Yeah, like that one time that servant lied about me doing.
Interesting.
What? What's interesting?
with this
No, nothing. No. Nothing.
I mean, something seems interesting to you.
No.
Oh,
You just.
no, not in here, not in here too.
Eleanor, did you have any other letters?
Rachel
I
was
do it.
just
Two
trying
more.
to sit in the
I'm
carriage.
trying.
I thought I could
Please don't
meditate,
fight.
maybe. I thought I could
Please
pray.
don't fight. I don't need that negativity. I've already got so much in my life.
I never fight. She just sits quietly.
I'm gonna get her to fight.
Eleanor like looks back and forth between Tom and Bridget, like, okay.
Eleanor, you put the second letter on top, and you recognize the letterhead, you recognize the handwriting, and there's the Sterling Mines seal on it.
Okay.
And so here is your next letter that you can read if you'd like.
My bestie.
Owen,
Okay.
Oh, and yep.
happy Owen.
God, no way.
What?
No way. This is amazing.
Owen's pregnant.
Eleanor, you will not believe the shock I had this morning when I got my latest letter from home. Guess who just became the personal cleric and ward of Lady Alice Sterling? My sister Bridget. This is the best. I'm so excited. And I was like,
What?
I'm such a bad friend. Anyway, I know what you're thinking. Owen, you've never mentioned a sister before. Okay, I'm back to being an alright friend. And you'd be right. It's not that I was keeping her a secret. It's just, well, Bridget was always off doing holy things, tucked away in the divine estate, while I was breaking my back in the mines. Our paths rarely crossed, and the last time I saw her, she was barely past my shoulder, and still clutching her prayer book like it was going to solve all of our family's problems. Spoiler, it didn't! And now, somehow, she's working for the Sterlings. The same Sterlings I've spent the last few years working for, alongside you. Does fate have a sense of humor? Methinks yes. I don't think she even realizes we're both Sterling employed now. Not that I expect her to. Bridget has always kept her thoughts to herself, and was too preoccupied with organizing my father's business paperwork for some years to notice things not directly in front of her. But still, it's strange, isn't it? What are the odds? I figured I'd tell you because, well, it is amusing, and you're probably one of the few people who might appreciate the absurdity of it all. But also because, if she's under your roof, you might hear the name Thorn and wonder. No need to worry, she's not likely to be sniffing around the mines or asking troublesome questions. But if she ever does, at least now you'll know why. Hope things on your end are going well, or at the very least that the walls aren't caving in, literally or otherwise. Yours, Owen, Management Coordinator of Sterling Mines.
We love Owen.
I'm so excited. I love Owen. He's Eleanor's only remaining friend.
Wow.
Latham's alive?
We were
I'm
never
right
really friends.
here. I'm right here next to you.
Lily's alive.
We had a whole. Oh, that's true.
Oh.
We had a whole conversation, Dove, about like we're not really friends, and you never were like Eleanor. We are friends. So
That
she's just like,
was-
I guess Dove and I are friends.
Before last campaign. Okay.
That was before Dominic dumped her, and she needs someone.
Oh boy.
Oh man.
I think maybe I dumped Dominic. Maybe I claim that.
Well, who really knows who dumped who and
Did-
all that?
No
do
one
they
can
have
say.
the same name, or do they have different last names?
No, it's different last names.
Okay. I just wanted to be sure that I wasn't. I was like, why didn't I put that together?
What's Owen's
And
last
Eleanor like puts the letter down and just like looks at Bridget and like kind of squints her eyes a little bit. Like, I see it right around the nose and the eyes.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
I'm looking at you.
I'm looking at you.
Okay.
Yeah, Owen's last name is Hillgrove.
Okay, that I was like, I don't think that's his last name. Huh.
Is something wrong with my face? Do I have dirt?
No.
That'd be really
No,
bad right
no.
now, actually.
Perfectly clean. I didn't know Owen was your brother.
Owen? You know Owen?
Of course I know Owen.
What do you mean, of course you know Owen? How would I know that you know Owen?
I don't know because you're related. He works for Sterling Mines.
Oh.
It's like her right-hand man.
Oh!
It's like he literally runs the mines for me when I'm not there.
I had forgotten.
I would actually probably pass away if Owen was not around.
Oh. Well.
Yes.
How nice. That.
Not nice? It feels that feels
No,
like
no, that's nice. No,
nice.
that's. I had forgotten the name of the enterprise he worked for, but
right? Yes.
I remember now.
Small world.
Sterling
Yeah,
Mines.
Hard to forget now.
And he writes you
Great.
often. Well, of course he does. Business.
Every day.
Business.
Probably
every day.
several times a day. Yeah.
You'll see a
Do not
picture of
hear from
Owen
him.
on the handout screen.
Oh, he's such a cute little lad. Oh, I love him. I just want to squeeze his cheeks and his little face.
Yeah, they kind of have like similar lips, similar jaw and chin.
Yeah. Yeah, we went to school together.
Really?
That's where we met. Yes.
Wow.
Yeah. Huh.
Did
Do-
he
do not-
say what?
Do you not hear from him?
Not frequently. Sometimes.
Oh, you should write to him. I'll include it in my next letter to him.
Right. Maybe I will write a little something.
Yeah, Eleanor, based on the letter, does not sound like they write.
I know. I was just trying to like
Okay.
prompt to be like,
Yeah.
you should try. Eleanor's trying to help.
Right.
Yeah, okay, sorry.
It's such a small world. Well, I'm so glad to know that you know what, in good hands.
Mm-hmm.
Alright,
Bridget, you get the
I'll leave
feeling
it
that with this sudden realization by you and everyone, but based on what Eleanor's saying, you're getting almost this vibe that because of Owen, now your name, it's more positive that you're there, which you don't know how you feel because
That's not true.
you're like, well, now we know you were in good
Eleanor.
hands. It sounds like a super
Yeah.
compliment, and also because of Bridget's experience and history and stuff that only Bridget knows, don't know how you feel about that.
Yeah. No, yeah, she's a little bit. She's feeling a lot of things right now. A little bit upset that she didn't know that. A little embarrassed that she was, she should know that her brother works for the Sterlings, but
Eleanor didn't say it in any way that was supposed to mean this.
No,
I-
it's not
Like,
Eleanor's
okay,
issues.
I know. I will say, just this is probably like the most animated and excited that you've seen Eleanor since knowing her.
Well,
No,
I don't know.
I know,
Eleanor's been doing a lot of yelling, but it's like such a shift. Your first
Okay.
letter, you're like, how dare they? And then you're like, oh!
Dove's like, I knew another letter would cheer her up. She loves letters.
Eleanor does love letters, and she loves Owen. So
think she's like, wow, you're so excited about my brother who I don't talk to very much.
Above
We're
table,
very
your
good, we're very
reaction
good.
said that 100%.
we were friends before he worked for me. So
Yeah.
like over, yeah.
Yeah, Eleanor, you're like, this
is
is so exciting. And based on her reaction, you're just like, or not?
Eleanor's like trying, Eleanor keeps trying to like make it better. It's like we're definitely making it worse. It's like, yeah, we would. He was like one of my only friends at school, and and then once I graduated and started working at the mines, I got him a job as well. And she just kind of like is rambling. And then when it doesn't seem to be like hitting. She's like, okay, I have one more letter, so I'm just. You guys can go back to staring awkwardly at each other. And Eleanor opens up her last letter.
For half a second, I was like, wait, another letter. I remember what now. You find that you accidentally grabbed one of Maeve's letters, and it's simply charges from one of the dress shops and sending her bill that has been building for a while, because she just sort of lets it go for a couple months and then pays it, and then lets it go for a couple months and pays it. So it's from this boutique in the perfume district, and it's simply just full of fluff, and it's for your mother.
Eleanor like gets noticeably sad. Like she was so excited for another letter. I was like, oh no!
The full range of human.
What a range of emotions you've displayed.
Can
The
only be brought out.
emotional roller coaster.
Oh, it's so funny.
Like, can we just fast forward through lunch and go to the menagerie? That's fun.
What we're going to, we need to end. So what we're going to do
No, we don't.
is fast forward through lunch and the menagerie.
Don't you say it, sir. That's the meanest thing you've ever said.
But Dahlia can take a nice break from work and come and formally escort with Lady Eleanor, the princess, to the Sterling mansion. So Dahlia is coming along for the ride for just a little bit. And it went swimmingly.
That doesn't seem weird.
What you guys did get to see, which Dahlia like tells you in like sweaty, desperate, quick conversation from behind a wall at the menagerie, is she says, now what was the Pegasus's name again?
Lolly.
Yeah. She's like, Lolly is literally giving birth, and I have done everything possible to put it off. She's crowning right now, so just get Her Highness over here if you all want to see a Pegasus birth, okay? What can be more VIP treatment than that? And she's got like these beautiful little red sweaty curls around her face, and she's like not dressed to meet a princess, but like that she looks like so beautiful that you're like, this is her
the
work.
meanest thing you've ever done to me. Both of you. I mean, Chantry and Dahlia.
So you're just like, you're thinking,
If the princess is down.
Yeah, you're like, you're not dressed for a princess. Also, I love that you don't need to dress up for the princess. Also, this sounds like the best or the worst plan. Anyways,
Yeah.
how would Solana
I want
feel?
to know if the prince, was the Ella was like, so option. The Pegasus is giving birth right now, so you could see like the birth of a Pegasus. I don't know if that's something that you would be interested in or completely appalled by. Either is a correct answer.
I mean, it is a once in a lifetime event.
Yes, it is.
I can take it or leave it.
Alright, we should probably take it because I think it's happening right now.
Dolly is in the background, just like,
Okay. And we'll like escort everyone to it.
and
And everyone was like,
yeah, it was like super cool. Lolly's beautiful. Solana looks, despite her best efforts, actually sort of like impressed. And Solana, you guys in Bellaverde have lots of unicorns in the glens and fields, but you don't have any Pegasi.
No. Yeah, she's trying to act like she's bothered by all of it and it's an inconvenience, but she's truly very happy.
Eleanor looks bothered by it. She's just like a little bit like.
While you guys are all witnessing very formally this very informal Pegasus birth, Dove, you do have a tap on the shoulder while you're kind of standing at the back of the group.
I look over.
Standing behind you is tall and dashing Aaron, and he sort of just says, "I beg your pardon. You just have a piece of straw in your hair. Do you mind?"
Oh yeah, go for it. Thank you.
He just kind of picks it out and tosses it to the side and puts his hands behind his back again and just says, Dove, was it? Right?
Yes. Yeah. Dove Broadhall.
You're not a Sterling.
No, I have sort of been taken in under their wing. Aaron? Is that right?
Quite.
Lovely to meet you.
Lovely to me. And he goes to like take your hand to like do a kiss on it, but like you kind of like, lovely to meet you, and he's like, oh.
Yeah, I definitely turned it into a handshake.
He kind of goes, sorry. Pleasure to meet you, your ladyship.
I gotcha.
What do you do, Lady Broadhall?
That's a good question, actually.
For leisure, perhaps.
And Dove thinks of all the things that she's definitely not going to tell him. And she says, well, lately I've been into... what's the word I'm looking for?
Not to do with.
Not social justice warrior. That's what am I trying to say? An advocate?
Activist?
Social rights.
Thank
An
you.
activist.
I've been into kind of trying to figure out that I grew up not high of station, not that I am now, but very much less so. And so I've been trying to, I don't know, petition the wealthy to have more mercy towards the poor, I guess. I don't know, that sounds really stuffy and boring and pretentious, but...
You say it stuffy, boring, and pretentious as you see Solana sort of like crinkle her nose just slightly as she's closer to the like pen with Lolly and sort of like takes her skirts and just her like pulls them back a little bit farther, like, ew, don't get on me. But
Maybe not that stuffy and pretentious, but I apologize. That's your employer. You should. Have you met Bridget?
he says, Solana is not my employer. She is my princess. But you look at him and he kind of gives you a little bit of a smile, like he still thought it was kind of funny, and it's okay.
What do you do for fun? That's how conversations work. I ask it back, I guess.
It's fun for me to see different cultures, different places. I admit I'm a bit of a workaholic, and I'm sort of a full-time making sure the princess doesn't die. There are many threats on a royal, so it is quite an all-encompassing position, but getting to travel, see new places, see things like this, your Regencia, your Donlin, is it's definitely fulfilling. And he's sort of just looking around with like awe at the menagerie, and his eyes are like, his very green eyes are like just shining and standing out because of all the green foliage and environments around you.
Yeah, I like Regencia. It's not much, but it's home.
You say this is not much. I shall hope you never visit Bellaverde then.
Why? What's it like? Pretty
Well,
quaint.
Interesting, that word has come up quite a lot since we arrived on your shores. It is quaint. Should you be referring to quaint in the quintessentially beautiful and simple. Bellaverde is a land full of rolling glades, enchanting meadows, and streams and waterfalls teeming with fairies. It's not really a sophisticated place like your Donlin here, if you're a city person, I suppose.
Fairies, you say?
Yes, so many that you almost wish they'd move on to different places. It's hard to get a good night's sleep sometimes for the merriment that they take under the full moons.
Huh. We haven't had fairies here, for the most part, in a very, very long time. That's interesting. I've never been one for travel. I've spent my whole life trying to get back here to Donlin, and now that I'm here, I've never wanted. I haven't thought about leaving, but it sounds lovely.
Well, if you ever choose to visit, I wouldn't mind showing you around.
At this point, Dove gets real nervous. And I think she goes, a workaholic, though. You sound like, have you met Bridget? And I'm going to like pull Bridget into the conversation.
Bridget, you just sort of you're like about to see the baby Pegasus come out, and you just get dragged.
What? Do you need something? I was kind of... It's really... I know, life.
This strapping young lad likes to talk about travel and fairies and working.
Young lad, you're too kind.
Oh. That's great. Nice to meet you.
Yes, pleasure.
Nice.
Sorry I didn't want to keep you from such a miracle.
It's all right. It wasn't you, now was it? I'm just like gonna give Dove a glare and then like turn back.
Dove, you
my.
like turn to look at Aaron again, and he's already just looking back at you, and he just says, "Apologize for taking so much of your time. I'm sure you don't want to miss this either."
Oh, it's kind of gross, actually. I'm fine. But thanks. It's fine. It's fine.
Uh, Lady Broadhall, if I might be so bold, would you mind if I... And he looks uncomfortable. He says, "Would you mind if I spoke out of turn, in a sense? I might dishonor myself, but..."
Please, actually. Yeah, that's my favorite thing, is speaking out of turn.
And he sort of turns his back on the group a little bit and leans into you so that like he's sort of like doing like a whisper thing. And he says, "While the princess is at your home, I would not take offense easily. She is a princess, and she can be blind to others. Um, you seem like a good person, and I just want you to be prepared."
I appreciate that. I've not been called a good person that many times in my life, so it's kind of
I've
fun.
not been called a young man for some years now, so we can take each other's compliments with grace and
Can you tell me more about the princess? How does she know so much about us?
well, she was tutored in all the great nations growing up. And Regencia is a great nation. You guys just hear, "Oh! Oh!" And Dahlia is like covered in gunk and blood and is holding up this like baby Pegasus. And the mom is like licking its head, and the baby Pegasus is like all gangly, and Dahlia is like tearing up and also is like, "Look!" Brings it over to Eleanor and almost puts it in your arms, and Trailer's like, oh no.
Yeah. Yeah, she like is like, no, please, this is your moment. But she is like looking at Dahlia like so intently. It's like, just...
And Dahlia like swings the baby Pegasus around at the last second and just kind of gives you a kiss on the cheek. She's like so happy. Dahlia's like, "This is the best day ever!" "Would your majesty like to hold the Pegasus?" "I'm assuming not, but I just didn't want to make you feel like you wouldn't get to if you wanted to."
Yes, I want to hold it. I want to hold her. I want to hold him. I want to hold them.
What a painting this would be.
Yes, I'll get a blanket. Dear,
I have magic. Just hand him to me.
Okay. Okay. Here. And she just puts the baby Pegasus in your arms. It kind of bucks a little bit.
Girl over here.
You what?
I said, "Mrs. Steele, your girl over here."
Yeah, you see Dahlia just like very slightly just sort of like brush some hair away from her face a little bit, and then she just kind of looks at you and comes and stands by you and doesn't want to touch you because she knows how you are, and she's just like, "Yes, this would be a lovely painting. Brava, your majesty, your highness."
I think Solana's just bouncing it, humming, and like treating it like it's a baby, and she's just lost in her own little moment.
What is Bridget feeling right now?
She's, well, I know life and death, new life, kind of like, not like reverent moment for her, but she has respect for new life coming into the world. But I think she's also trying to reconcile this version of Solana with the Solana that like yelled at Aaron, and these different versions of her, and it's confusing her. She's kind of trying to get a read on the situation. Like, is Solana putting on a show for everybody else right now? Is this actually like something important to her? I don't know. She's very confused, but like watching Solana.
Dominic, how has Dominic been during this whole encounter?
I mean, at the cab, no, why did I say cab? Carriage. Um, um, yeah, no, that whole like switch and her like saying, like it was just like all an act. So, yeah, trust was broken again. And then,
Yeah, Dominic's
yeah.
seeing like the sweet, genuine Solana that he felt was interacting with him in the carriage.
Yeah. Wait, what's that?
Like what you're seeing with Solana and the baby Pegasus right now is sort of like the
Yeah.
Solana that you were feeling and talking to in the carriage, and maybe
Yeah.
Dominic's like, I don't know how the royalty works there. Maybe this is how they act or what's expected,
Yeah.
or
Yeah. And just like taking a look at just like seeing that like code switch where it's like, oh, treating like you know treating like their servants like rudely and stuff like that. So it's like, you know, um, it also kind of reminds Dominic of like an older self too. Um, Back when he used to like mistreat what was his name? Was it Kyle or Tanner? I think it was Kyle. Yeah, back like way back, with like the letters and stuff, and then like Eleanor tried to chew him out.
Kyle.
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, it was Kyle, and yeah, there is that feeling that like Dominic does kind of want to chew out, if that ever comes out again, especially with like his staff members. Um,
He wants to
you know,
he would want to defend his staff to the
yeah,
princess.
yeah, just like Eleanor like defended the staff from Dominic, um, that sort of thing. But yeah, but also like he's got a lot on his mind.
Does
Uh,
Dominic notice where everyone else is or standing? Like, does Dominic notice Aaron and Dove and Bridget in the back of the group, or?
I mean, I think right now, like, I mean, just like if you're gonna be like watching, like, when you're surrounded by like a whole bunch of people and you're seeing like a live birth, right? You're gonna look at the live birth, right? And so,
Yeah, that's fair.
but yeah, I think Dominic will eventually snap back to reality and focus on preventing like the end of the world and protecting his family and stuff like that. So, I think he will try to like either wrap this up quick or excuse himself. Um, but he doesn't know how.
Yeah. Well, I think the moments kind of like there's this moment there where everyone is oddly part of this intimate thing in the beautiful menagerie. None of this day was sort of planned like this. All of this happened from this morning. It was never going to be like, it's all sort of this quintessential conflicting beautiful moment, and then the moment's broken and the baby needs to be taken care of by the Pegasus mother and Dahlia, and Aaron kind of gets a guarded sense back as he attends to the princess and walks by her, and you guys have this finished, whether this was at the end or the beginning of the tour, probably the beginning, and you finish this and you make your way back to Sterling Manor, where you find the staff perfectly, pristinely waiting in 2 lines out front of the Sterling doors to welcome the princess. You can see drips of sweat on their faces, and even though everything looks perfect at first glance, you know, especially Dove would know, that they have been just... It's been like 1,000 miles an hour since that very morning. And the entire house looks like they've spent a week cleaning it. Dominic's room has been remade to be the finest last-minute princess suite that they could muster.
It was Eleanor's room.
Yep, Dominic's room was made to be the...
Oh.
Apparently Maeve put up a fuss saying her daughter deserved, as manager of the 2 family companies, her daughter deserved to keep her room because she's a princess to her. So Eleanor's room has been...
It's still with Bridget. Still with Bridget.
So Bridget got kicked from Eleanor's room?
Bridget
no!
assumed that was going to happen and is fine.
Wait.
Oh no.
Yeah, the princess is in Dominic's room, and Bridget got kicked out of Eleanor's room, and Bridget is
you should
now...
have Bridget. You
Wait.
should have Bridget bunk up in Dove's room.
Yeah,
we
could say Dominic got kicked to Oliver Sterling's old closet of her room in the tower corner, and Bridget's now sharing with Dove.
Oh, no. Dominic would just be really upset about that. Oh, man.
Well, you get there, and Alice kind of does a little, like, we will fix it. They we needed Maeve to be not Maeve for just a day. Just go with it. And she looks like she's, like, just been... The housekeeper, Mrs. Whitaker, Mr. Wallace, the butler, and Alice. Maeve is in what looks like 3 different of her outfits all combined together, because she thinks the more feathers and the more lace and the more jewelry that she has on, the better it will be, because all she probably remembers about Bellaverde is that they love art and music and stuff, and so she's trying to look as artsy as possible. So she looks kind of like a clown. But she is sitting there, and she's got like the laciest handkerchief that is already like, oh, as the princess carriage comes up, and Eleanor, you see immediately, because you're worried about like what the presentation's gonna be like. You see your mother is like totally fine, and as soon as the carriages come into sight, she's like, oh.
I did have a question. You said Dahlia was coming with us, or did she not end up doing that?
I said that, but then the birth happened, so maybe not. But she tells you, she says, Finch can take care of it if you need me with you. I would understand if you do.
But I maybe don't need you there, but maybe for... Never mind, I'm just going to go before...
I'm sorry, I didn't know Lolly was gonna, today. It's so exciting. I know you have a princess gonna stay at your house.
Oh, no, that's not what I'm concerned about right now. It's fine. Just, you stay over there.
Okay, alright.
Okay.
We'll talk later, okay?
Very little talking.
Okay, alright. You're not mad?
Opposite of mad.
Oh, okay, great. Well, I'll just stay here in my little paradise. I love you. Alright, bye.
She just kind of like goes...
Right before we end, I just want to, Solana steps out of the carriage. The other three of Solana's entourage carriages are already there waiting because they arrived earlier, and all of your bags have been brought in. And you step out, just gorgeous skirts spilling around you with your hair spilling around you, and you're the fairest here as you're an elf, and almost everyone here is human or halfling or elf dwarf mix. Of course, Spudnik is the first to welcome you as he's head of the house, and then Aunt Alice steps in as quickly as possible, and then Maeve, against custom, steps in shrilly and just adds a bunch of absurd-sounding floweriness to whatever it is. And yeah, and Rose is already there, standing at attendance, and makes sure to she keeps sort of getting between you and whichever Sterling is trying to overwhelm you, especially Maeve, who comes up with all of her feathers and her silken ruffles, and Rose just is like, "That's far enough."
Hey, Chantry, I'm gonna go. I gotta go.
Yes, that's okay.
So,
He said he wasn't feeling well.
yeah.
Okay.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye, buddy.
And
Hope you find your
Find your
dad.
dad.
Hope you find your dad. Any last sort of, as you guys bring the princess into your home, any last things?
I want to look through my eyes or through Brad's eyes to see if the letter made it, but otherwise no.
Dove, you see Brad after a couple moments as you get your bearing, because he's sort of doving it, and moving his head around and stuff. He is waiting on the windowsill perch of the secret hideout of Berrig and his group, and is at the window, and he's outside, and he's just sort of trying to stay warm as the windows are all frosty, and he's just waiting for someone to get home, essentially. You can sense that his wings are tired, so he probably looked around for a while and then is like, "I'm just gonna wait here."
Buddy. Thanks, bud. Okay.
Solana.
Would you check your messages for me?
Sure.
Oh, great.
Eleanor, your mother comes up to you as the princess is greeting all of the staff, as it's custom to say, "This is our housekeeper and our butler and blah blah blah. They will be waiting upon you and helping your servants feel at home." But she brings and pulls out from underneath a very fancy shawl, wrapped around her, some extra feathers that she tries to put in your hair.
I love Maeve.
What'd she pull out?
Feathers to put in
Feathers.
your hair, because she assumed you wouldn't be dressed as fancy as you would like for the princess.
I look down and go, am I not dressed properly enough?
She goes, "Feathers never hurt, they only ever add, darling." And she's trying to stuff some bright hot pink feathers in your hair.
Eleanor's wearing her her hair, which is pretty short now, down. There's nowhere Mother, there's nowhere for the feathers to go, and she kind of just
I've got a clip, and you
makes
feel
them-
your hair getting
No,
pulled.
Take it, Maeve. I'll take the feather. Can I have it?
What? Dove? Oh. Dove. Oh, you...
What the?
Oh, give Dove. Give Dove the feathers. They look much, much better.
I'll be like
on.
finally of equal height with you guys.
You're
There we
right.
go.
The pink and the red of your hair will be perfect. Oh. And she sticks them like there's 3, and so she sticks 1 straight up and then 2 out to the side. And she says, "There's not quite enough to give the full peacock spread, but I think she'll get the feel of it."
Yes, yes,
This is perfect. Thank you.
yes.
Eleanor, you're welcome.
He said thank you.
Bridget.
Eleanor's like mouthing, like thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Anything from Bridget as the cameras as the episode is fading?
Nope. She's a little bit wondering where she's going to sleep tonight, but all things considered, if she has to sleep in the barn, she doesn't really care. She'll do it. So, just kind of wondering where her diary is. A little panicked about that because she knows probably someone touched her stuff, but
I didn't know this was happening.
it's okay. She's not bothered, She didn't like the big room anyway, so this is going to be an upgrade for her.
Did Eleanor find this out that this happened yet?
Oh no, not yet. No.
Okay, just making sure. Just making sure that that is the case.
Maeve
be a
keeps
problem
trying to
next
tell you things, and Aunt Alice just keeps shushing her and being like, "Not here." But she does just lean down to Dove quickly and says, "Dove dear, I'm sure you won't mind that we've put dear Bridget in rooming with you for a little while."
Sorry, what? Sorry. What?
There's a princess staying in our house, Dove.
Bridget?
Might I remind you? And she leans down a little further, acting like she's adjusting her shawl. She goes, "I split quarters with Maeve. I think we're all fine where we're at, are we not? We all sacrifice for the greater good. Ah, Mrs. Whitaker."
Right.
And she just sort of walks off before you can say anything else.
I'm gonna take Maeve over Bridget right now.
Eleanor's like
I'm
trying
sorry,
not
Megan.
to laugh.
No, it's okay. It's good.
Ew.
The princess is gestured inside, and the camera will pull up and out and fade as the Sterlings and those associated with them, and Bridget and Solana St. George, Princess of Belloverde, and her entourage, all sort of. What did I say? Oh yeah.
I said
Royal.
No.
Royal Princess of Belloverde.
Belloverde, sorry. All filter into the suddenly, seemingly a bit too small Sterling Manor. And we'll end the session there. And I know it's still really late, but
you just hear Solana say, "It's quaint."
And the Sterlings are like, yeah, it is.
yeah,
And
the
Bridget's
Sterlings are like so many different people in one place.
What could go wrong?
The face of
Yeah.
Rose on her picture is exactly what she does as she walks in and hears her princess say, "It's quaint."
Oh, Rose.
I forget what I was gonna say. Oh my gosh. Man.
I love Rose.
Unadulterated loathing. For your
I mean,
face.
that's pretty gay.
Let's just say.
I love
I
it
love it
all.
all.
I wasn't
many
expecting, but
spiders?
I'm loving the the Dove and Bridget stuff.
It's very funny. I just can't
How many
wait till like
in her bed. So many
Oh,
spiders
gosh.
you just have in
you
your
better
pocket.
watch out for all the eggs.
Eggs.
The spiders live
Right, the
in an
eggs in the box.
interdimensional pocket dimension inside of my dress. Okay,
So the limit does not exist.
I do not let them just willy-nilly around my room.
No, I'm saying you're going to purposefully pull them out and put them in her bed.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. I can't wait, guys, for Bridget and Eleanor to become friends, and then Dove's jealous.
Oh,
They're gonna fight over Eleanor's friendship, and Eleanor's gonna have so many friends.
and Eleanor will be like, they're fighting over me. Yay.
The whole conversation about like Owen's brother and stuff, Dove was just like,
I was gonna say Dove's already jealous. She just like assumed they would get along because she's like, oh, someone else that's good at being clean and being organized.
no, he's a competent adult.
Competent adults. You know
Their
what's a
little
tragedy though? We got to hear about Nicholas having a great time, having all sorts of sex.
Wild animalistic sex.
And here's Eleanor getting cock-blocked by a Pegasus.
I'm pretty sure Eleanor's going home to have hers. Based on the look on her face.
Dahlia's in a great mood after that Pegasus thing, so.
Dahlia wants to be a mommy now.
Dahlia's getting you pregnant tonight.
We keep trying. It's not sticking.
So do Nicholas and Gail. It's just not gonna happen.
It's just I keep trying so hard.
Regencia is a place of miracles.
So many positions.
Well, Chantry was like, "Oh yeah, Dahlia's gonna go with you." Like, and I was like, "Okay, cool." Like, Eleanor's like, "Oh," she's like in her element. It's like, "Oh my god, this is so attractive." And it's like, "Hey guys, we're gonna catch up. We'll follow in a carriage." And then it was like, "I need to stay here." So like, no. Tragedy.
I genuinely didn't know how Eleanor was feeling. I was like, she's either what you were feeling, or she's like, I cannot believe that you actually let the princess hold the thing, and this is kind of gross, and also what is happening. And...
No, it was like, she's like, I am grossed out by this, but Dahlia just like looks like so happy and in her element, and that's like really attractive. Like when people are like passionate about things, that's like, that is so attractive.
Yeah, your last like month and 3 days of helping her like feel more comfortable taking over the entire responsibility of the menagerie. This is like, she like truly loves her work.
Oh yeah, I'm sure many of those days have dissolved into not working.
What Eleanor doesn't know is that for the next week, they're not going to get any because Dahlia is going to insist that caretaking the baby Pegasus is a full-time midwifery job.
Mood.
Just the angriest Eleanor.
Yeah,
Crystal, she doesn't show it because like Dahlia's so happy, but after like day 3, Eleanor's like, screw this Pegasus.
I hate here.
You need to take all that frustration and take all that anger and frustration and point it at crystal flooring or whatever.
Oh my foundation! They're not gonna know what hit them when Eleanor gets there. But like when Eleanor works at the menagerie, like those days, she's just like standing on the other side of like the like paddock, just like glaring at this little baby.
It's gonna be Eleanor against the baby Pegasus that's so cute. She just hates it.
Hey, who's Lolly's baby daddy?
Yeah, who's Lolly's baby daddy?
Lolly's?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is this like a horse thing? Like a horse Pegasus?
Do Pegasi just asexually reproduce?
Is there another Pegasus
Here's
somewhere?
hoping.
Is there a Mr. Pegasus?
Yeah.
Eleanor?
Mr. Lolly?
Dahlia tells you that Lord Feanor, thank you, had a male Pegasus specifically
figured.
brought in, and
Yep.
this was all sort of like Lolly was pregnant before he died, but it was such early stages, and it was so much happening, like it wasn't like something was gonna be mentioned because there's so many things with all the animals at the menagerie.
Yeah. Yep. I looked over the paperwork for, the all the logistics and the I was gonna say the stud fee.
Uh-huh.
Nicholas definitely stole a pregnant
alright.
Pegasus. Nicholas stole the pregnant Pegasus after Lord Feanor died.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, I'm gonna write a letter and be like, Nicholas, you might be having all sorts of sex and get to actually tell people about your marriage, but I got to see Lolly have a baby, so nah.
And it was super gross.
And it was
And I
Also,
had-
the
I
baby
had no
gets more
part in it.
attention than me, and I'm sad about that. But never mind.
It's like
All
one of
she
those things
gets
that,
is- All she gets is a letter back saying, "Are you okay, Eleanor?"
no. Eleanor is not okay. Keeping the marriage a secret thing is really wearing on Eleanor.
Oh man.
Just announce it. You guys murdered the king. There's no bigger issues than that.
Also, I
I
feel like
keep
Eleanor is
asking.
like suddenly overly a fan of normal horses after this week. She's like, you know what's nice about
Yeah.
horses?
Like, you know what Barnaby doesn't do? Is fly away in the middle of when you're talking to him. Oh, he's such a good boy, Barnaby.
One time you're trying to talk about Barnaby, and then the little Pegasi like flutters a couple feet off the ground for a second, and Dahlia's like, oh my goodness, did you see
I
that?
hate it here. I hate it here.
Like cuts you off.
Oh.
I feel so ignored. It's like when you go from like being touch starved to like being given a little bit of affection. When that goes away, you're like, oh,
What did I do?
yeah.
I need my
Like-
fix.
How do I get my fix? Hug me.
Dahlia's been sleeping in the hay, in the pen. She's got straw in her hair. Her hair's getting more big and curly and beautifully red.
I can't do it. I can't sleep in the hay. It'd be murder on my back.
You know, I feel like Eleanor might like fall asleep in her office every once in a while. Like she starts falling asleep in her office, but then Maeve finds out that you're sleeping in your office, and you wake up one morning to Maeve waking you up because she's so excited that you're there, and you're like, I can't stay here now.
I can't stay anywhere. I can stay at my hotel alone.
You can stay in your bedroom, couldn't you?
I was gonna say you
Got a
can sleep
whole
in your
bedroom for you.
bed.
No, but then my mother would be standing over me in the middle of the night going, like, oh, you're my sweet girl.
Lock your door.
Oh, she would find a way. She would bribe Mrs. Whitaker for a key. Nowhere is safe.
I'll lock Maeve in her room.